yourself.
Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman!
San Francisco!
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
And then the next morning, I went to see Barbie.
All right.
And saw the 10 a.m., the 10 p.m. Oppenheimer Thursday night, and the 10 a.m. Barbie Friday morning. So I did my Barbenheimer doubleheader. I really thought the Barbie movie, and I didn't have that, I had hopes that it was going to be really
Right.
good. But it was funny. Also, I thought, it really was not a children's movie. It
No.
had some inspiring kinds of things. And so I think any parent, I think, would really enjoy that film.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
God, I missed you, Lund.
What's happening? Oh, it feels so
This
good.
peaches and herb again?
Oh, yeah, peaches and herb. This is our go-to
I didn't
song
have any
when you leave
peaches,
for
but I
3
had a lot of
weeks.
herb the last 3.5 weeks, John.
The Giants could use some herb. They need something. But we thought we would lead with John talking about movies because we sure as hell don't want to talk about the Giants. Welcome back, my friend.
Margot
3
Robbie!
weeks.
Best Barbie ever, John. Have
Really?
you seen it yet? I'm going to see it right after the show. I'm not waiting in lines. John went to the 10 o'clock show on Thursday night in Washington.
Man,
and
is
then
he
went to
crazy.
like the 10 a.m. show to see Oppenheimer. Forgot what order. He went Oppenheimer on Thursday night and then went Barbie on Friday morning. I think I got to get it all done before training camp hits. So I think I'm going to go back-to-back doubleheaders. Oppenheimer's like 3 hours and 12 minutes.
Yeah.
How long do I have to wear pink tonight, John? And go Barbie.
Oh, yeah, I got lots of pink. I'm a big pink guy, so yeah.
I was not an Army guy. I did not play with Army guys or
No.
Ken. I did play with an occasional Barbie with my daughters. But anyway,
I did have a sister.
That
I had a
sounded
sister.
strange.
Yeah, she had
Yeah.
She had the Barbie house and she had all the
Yeah,
Barbie
yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
And
yeah.
if you wanted to hang out with her friends, I mean, it wasn't like I played
Without a
Barbies
doubt.
on the regular, but I
And
hang
this
out.
Barbie that I have, I actually bought this at Target yesterday. That's the most clothes I've ever seen in a Barbie in decades, John. Usually, you're just like writing. You're writing the ink to fill in their bikinis. So, how are you, my friend?
Oh,
It's
I'm
been
great.
3.5 weeks.
I can't believe
since
it.
we have talked.
Yeah, so I left the beginning of the month, and then you left for 3
4th
weeks.
of July.
It was tremendous, and we're both very good friends with Dave Benz, who did a tremendous job
Benny.
in
Yeah.
your stead, and we had a great time. But it is tremendous to have you back. You're back at a perfect time. I know we got a ton of Giants to get into, but we haven't spoke for a long time. Training camp gets going tomorrow on the official. Rookies already there, kind of doing their thing, but we're going to have the vets come in, and everybody's writing tons of stuff, so you're back at the perfect time. So just before we get going on the Giants, how was the break? What did you do?
What did I
was
say?
telling people.
So we left you June the 30th, right?
Yeah.
I said, and Giants were in New York that night, right?
Yeah.
I said, by the time we go to Giants coverage, will Draymond Green sign his contract?
Oh,
How long was
a
it?
long time.
Like a minute. 1 minute in.
It was nothing.
We thought we'd get 100 for 3. We didn't. Where they go 4, and he went 4 years, $100 million. So they got Draymond done. They got Corey Joseph in. I like Dario Saric. Lakers, nice offseason for them, re-signing and adding. Gabe Vincent will be a good player for them, and I like what the Phoenix Suns did with Bol. So we'll talk basketball, but really, I've been here, there, and everywhere. Let's see, I got a cab for all my travels. I went down to Santa Monica to see my daughters. They're down in the Brentwood
very
area.
nice.
So
By the
I
way,
went
did you
to-
see all my happiness for you? Look, I got
I
the happy
did.
shirt. I got the
You
happy
are-
hat. Yeah, everything. Go.
I
Oh,
wanna
very
hear a little
nice. I am a big fan of Santa Monica. We've stayed there many
Yeah,
times.
so I went to Venice. I went to Manhattan Beach. I went to
love it.
Malibu. Ate at Malibu Farms. Was up and down. Spent like, I don't know if you could tell on the stream, but I am darker than I've had. I've been like a beach bum. So I was down there for like a week, and then came home and spent time in the Bay Area. And I went North Bay, West Bay, East Bay, South Bay. I'm actually in the South Bay now. I got a place that I'm not dealing with traffic during training camp this year, John. I cannot do it. The Richmond-San Rafael Bridge last week completely shut down.
I saw that.
They had a jumper on the bridge. I don't know how it turned out. Hope you're okay. And then again, Saturday was gridlock. And I just can't do it. I can't go from wherever I am in the Bay Area to the South Bay. So I'll be down there at least for training camp, and we'll tell you. Well, John and Kyle will talk tomorrow, and we'll get the lowdown on what's going on. And the big news will obviously be update on Brock Purdy. There's some optimism I'm hearing that he may be able to take part in the joint practices against the Raiders. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be there for those joint practices August 10th and 11th. And we play him on the 13th. He passed the physical. But I've been here, there. I actually just went to watch the Sacramento River Cats play on Saturday night. I got an update on you on Marco Luciano and Elliot Ramos and Joey Bart. I mean, we're a little over a week away from a trade deadline. Sat next to Paul Gutierrez and his family. Yeah, I got the River Cat hat. I can deduct all these on the IRS, right? Steve Moskowitz,
if you show it on the camera, it's done.
I want to see what's there.
That's work-related, clearly.
Sat next to Paul G and his family and Amy G. And,
how great is that?
We were talking about the Raiders and the joint. I think they're going to go early in the morning. When John Gruden was coaching there, he would have them practice at 7 a.m. to avoid the heat, and it's not indoors. They have one indoor 60-yard field, but the other 3 are outdoors. So I think we got to go. And I'll be able to do the show if we go early in the morning. But in any event, so we're going to talk a lot of football tomorrow. It's full-blown 49ers, obviously. But a word about the Giants. This is the strangest road trip I think I've ever observed. To win the first 5 on the road trip, sweep Pittsburgh in 3, win the first 2 in Cincinnati, and to basically win them on the same day after the game got suspended on Monday, to come back and win Tuesday, and then the completion of the game, and then it all just stops. Lose the next 2 in Cincinnati. The Washington Nationals, I heard Franny on with Marty Lurie yesterday, they hadn't had a sweep, and it was 96 series before their last sweep, and they sweep the Giants over the weekend. That is Major League history for the longest stretch, 96 consecutive series without a sweep. It's amazing. And then you go there and you wind up losing the day in Washington, or in Detroit, after getting swept in Washington. And this road trip, John, is just it's amazing, and it does fit the team to win the first 5 of a road trip and then lose the last 6. This is the streakiest baseball team I've ever seen. The 2021 Giants were never streaky. They had long winning streaks, but really they never had 3 consecutive losses until late July. They never had a losing streak. This team, and I think my notes are right, they started 6-13, right? They go into that April 22nd game against the Mets. Logan Webb pitches well. Crawl hits a home run. They get hot. So they're 6-13 to start. They win 5 in a row. They lose 4 in a row. They win 4 in a row. They lose 6 out of 8. Right around that time, they bring up Schmidt and Bailey, 9-2, 11-game stretch. They win 9 of 11. Then they lost 4 out of 5. They won 3 in a row. They lost 2 in a row. They won 10 in a row going into that day game against San Diego. And then the Warriors trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. And somehow it threw the Giants in another tailspin going the other way. They lost 9 out of 14 to go 47-41 after a 42-32. And they lost the first 2 against Colorado going into the break. They win the last 2. Logan Webb again, a shutout going into the All-Star break. You win the 5 in a row to start the road trip, so the win streak was 7 in a row after losing 9 out of 14. John, they have now lost 6 in a row, and the offense is just inert. I was down at Sutter Home Health Park on Saturday in Sacramento. I saw Elliot Ramos hit a walk-off. I watched Marco Luciano. Really, I went there just to see his body and the added weight. He's only walked twice since he's been there, and I was there for both walks, a 4-pitch walk to open the game. He walked later. Joey Bart, what are they going to do with Joey Bart, John, in the next 8 days here before the trade deadline? But there's got to be some help either from Sacramento to bring a guy up. You faced 4 straight left-handed pitchers, lost all 4. The probables for the A's series, John, you're going to see 2 A's lefties tomorrow night and Wednesday in the Bay Bridge series. Can you get Ramos here for at least something? I mean, right now, and Casey's at-bats were better today. He saw 19 pitches his first 2 plate appearances and then drove the ball hard to right field, and he got robbed. But Patrick Bailey's gone into a funk. David Villar, well, I think we're going to talk to Susan before she hits the airport and flies out of Detroit and comes back home. But can you not send David Villar back up? And I know it's not the same position, but you need a right-handed hitter right now, minus Estrada. He got hurt since I've been gone, and really the offense has fallen apart in July. But this team offensively, Bailey struggling, Casey obviously struggling, David Villar right now. We saw it earlier in the year, John. He needs to go back down just to have a mental reset. Susan wrote about Lamont Wade Jr. being in the lineup today, left on left, but batting number 9. Is there not a spot for Jack Peterson to be in the lineup right now? Who's swinging the bat well? Wilmer, obviously, a homer. Jock. Matos is not driving the ball. He doesn't have much power, but he is getting on base. I mean, why was Jack Peterson not in the lineup today, left on left? And why was Lamont Wade Jr. in it?
Yeah, and look, what you're just saying, I mean, coming into today, and today didn't help. They had 60 runs, 29th. They were 3.3 runs per game last, 202 batting average last, 630 OPS, 29th, 17 home runs, 25th, total bases, 197 last. And just to point out what you just said, these guys this month, Yaz, 087, Schmidt, 093, Craw, before he got hurt, 121, Wisely's hitting. These are batting averages, 129, Bailey, 135, J.D. Davis, 182. Nobody's hitting for the Giants, and look, they got the first 5 games of this thing. You know, we were all excited, and they got the 5 games, and they lost the last 6. But it's not only the last 6; it's who they played. You know, if you want to stay in this race in the NL West or in the wild card race, and I know as of today, actually they lost, so the Phillies will take their last wild card spot. But you know, the trade deadline's coming up, and it's up to Farhan to try to get these bats. They need some right-handed sticks because they can't hit left-handed pitching. But it's all at once that everybody's gone cold. The rookies you knew were going to hit the wall. You got the injuries, as you said, to Estrada and Crawford. It's just been kind of a perfect storm in a negative way, and they cannot hit. Bottom line.
Farhan Zaidi does not travel much, as far as I know. I don't travel, obviously, but I don't see him very often at the park. Or
no, he says he doesn't travel very much. Yeah, you're right.
He's usually at his home studio like we are whenever I talk to him. He is on this road trip. He was with him in Washington. And I got to find out where the Giants stayed as far as the hotel in Detroit. They weren't there very long, obviously, and they're leaving now. But you know who was also going to start playing the Tigers starting tomorrow? That would be Shohei. You think it's possible Farhan ran into Ohtani this morning getting a coffee?
Hey,
you think so?
Start recruiting now. I don't know. If
Jump on the charter. Fly home with us.
Yeah, go to the game. I mean, whatever you need to do, just hang out.
By the way, when I was down in Santa Monica seeing my daughters, I did go to a Dodger game.
Did you?
And it was the Saturday night. They played the Angels, and I watched very closely one Shohei Ohtani. What a calm, powerful swing. He didn't pitch that night, obviously. Didn't take BP on the field. He's only done it a few times. Did do it the day before. But now the Angels are winning, John. So I don't think they're going to trade him in the next 8 days.
Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to trade him, at least according to all the experts. Ohtani is not going to get traded, but the Giants could still do some things. There are some big names out there, especially with the right-handed sticks, but hell, I'd take any stick right now. They got to get things going. So we'll continue to talk about the Giants, kind of do an extended post-game show. We may get Susan, as you said, coming back in a taxi to talk about some of these things as well. We got a ton to catch up on, the things that Pop missed, plus we got to get ahead. Oh, look at that. Oh, is that Barbie with the dog? I see. Okay.
It's Barbie with a dog.
Now, if I were you, I would never open that because that's going to be worth something right there.
No, what is it? What do you like? See, it's just like a Casey Schmidt baseball card.
Yeah, that's what you do. You don't open those.
You held on to those. You should have sold those, weeks ago, John, when he was hot. Is it better to leave it in the box? I don't even know.
I'll give you an example. While you were gone, there was a first edition iPhone. Unopened from 2007.
Oh, I heard about it. That was worth something.
Yeah, it was $499 if you bought it, but they kept it in the box. They never touched it. First edition, it sold for $190,000. So you never know what's going to be worth something. So just keep Barbie stuff. Don't even open it. You know what
I just threw out the other day was that iPhone that I had obliterated in my go-kart accident last summer.
That.
Who's going to pay? I can't even get the power on.
I'm never going to open anything anymore because I don't know what anything's going to be worth. So I'm just going to keep everything packaged. And
Pokemon cards as well, John. How about Blake Martinez leaving the NFL to have a business selling Pokemon cards, and he made $11.5 million.
It's ridiculous.
Wow.
Who knew?
Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have to pass his physical.
Yeah.
All he had to do was sell Pokemon cards
Dude, I
to
stuck
get the
those
11
things I stuck those things in the spokes of my bike when I was a kid. It's like, those things are worth. What are you doing? Oh my!
Well, a
God.
couple of years ago when I was working with Hunter Pets, he was telling me how valuable they are. I went out in the shed and looked for all of Dick's old Pokemon cards. Maybe I got one. I
You
can stay on a
might.
permanent
You never
vacation.
know.
That don't have to be
Oh,
just
amazing.
3.5 weeks. It could be forever.
Yeah, you didn't win the $1 billion either, did you? I was
Damn.
hoping. I
Yeah.
bought some tickets for the $1 billion. Some woman down in L.A. It's unbelievable.
I'm so
Anyway.
glad you didn't win. You would have left.
I know, you would have come back. You would have been vapor. I was nervous for a while, but then I explained to everybody how you vacation, and they were just like, "Where did he go?" And I'm like, "You don't understand. Do we have to go through this again? We don't
I was here,
know
there,
where
and
he
everywhere.
goes."
I went everywhere.
Exactly. That's what I told him.
How about
I go,
the
he
year
wakes
one
up-
year I
he
woke
wakes
up? I woke up the first day of my vacation and flew to Athens, Greece that day.
Exactly.
Did not
I told
have a
that
flight
story. I told that story. I go. He could be in Athens. He could be in L.A. He could be in Buffalo.
Athens,
I said,
New
he could be
York, or
anywhere.
Athens,
Yeah,
Greece?
exactly.
I
I said.
know.
I
Yeah.
said you have no. He could be in Mexico. I said I have no idea, and I think that's part of the fun. I don't bother you at all because I want to know where you were and what happened when you come back. That's part of my fun for this whole thing. So, anyway, we got a ton to get to today. We're just doing a short show. We'll do the full thing tomorrow and get into camps and everything like that. But we'll finish up on the Giants text line is on up if you want to get to it. Obviously, YouTube, Twitch, we're up there as well, and you can hit us up on the text line as well. And we'll get an update on Susan if we get an update from Susan Slusser coming back from Detroit as the Giants, they're struggling, but they finally get to come home and take on the A's. From there, we'll get into all of it. Coming up next, Papa is back, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
The Giants stink. They return home for their longest road trip of the year. The road trip. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I've seen this record over and over again. You know, if you're a GM or an owner, you don't make a decision based on the standings. You make a decision based on the team you have. And if you are going to hold on to Ohtani and then you don't sign him as a free agent and you're going to get draft pick compensation, you're going to get a player after the first round that's going to have a 35% chance of impacting your team someday for Shohei Ohtani. Or you can trade him now and get 5 to 8 players and totally put your organization not only in a better spot, but you'll have a better chance to sign Ohtani in November when you can point and say, hey, look, because we traded you, we got these 5 to 8 guys. Our organization's in much better shape. So, look, my opinion on this, I've been clear about it. I've written about it in The Athletic. If I'm the Angels, I am trading Ohtani. I don't care what the standings say because I know what this team is. And this team is not going to play a game in October of 2023.
That is Jim Bowden. He joined us late last week, though it sounds like the Giants, if you listen to a lot of the the Angels aren't going to move Shohei Ohtani. So what could that mean for the Giants? Couple of rumors over the weekend. One was a pitching rumor, Justin Verlander. I don't know that they could swallow that contract because it's what's remaining of $43 million this year. Then it's $43 million next year, and then it vests for 2025 or based on 140 innings in 2024, and they'd have to pay $35 million. So that's a lot of money for Justin Verlander, who is 40 years old and not having a great year. Jonathan India's name has come up with the Cincinnati Reds. There's a lot of names coming up around the Giants, and it's certainly going to heighten even that much more given what they have done or lack of what they have done as far as offense in July. So those are some of the things as well. Padres and Mets still trying to make a decision on whether they are in or out as well. So lots of stuff going around the Giants. Before the game, they were the last wild card team. They lost their 47th game. The Phillies have only lost 46, so the Phillies will jump them at least for the time being. But they are right there in the wild card standings. And even though it seems like the sky is falling, and I'm not trying to make an excuse for the Giants, they have been on the road for a long time. So hopefully a little bit of home cooking in a couple of games against the A's will do them well.
Well, I mean, as I said, they are the streakiest team I think I've ever seen. I mean, the whole year has been a series of 5-game winning streaks and 5-game winning streaks and losing streaks. And now, I mean, this road trip to win the first 5 and lose the last 6 kind of epitomizes who they are. So this week is critical. You know, you've got a critical stretch of baseball between now. The trading deadline is a week from tomorrow, John, at 3 o'clock our time on August the 1st. So they're flying home now. They got the A's tomorrow night and Wednesday night. Off Thursday, Red Sox come in on over the weekend. And I think then you really start to assess who you are and what kind of week you're going to have. I don't think the Giants are going to be sellers, but it may change the degree of what they're buying. And right now the needs are obvious. You need a starting pitcher and you need a middle infielder. And you look at the rotation, and, you know, Logan Webb had a bad outing the other night after the first inning. He couldn't get out of the second inning. But Alex Cobb has had a bad outing. Those are your top 2 guys then. And then after that, DeSclafani, I thought it was just odd to use him in that bulk innings role. He didn't seem like he was comfortable doing it yesterday, John. And then Alex Wood, I think, should be doing it and not starting. And then your guy, Ross Stripling, threw the ball well. His changeup has been back to what we saw before he was a Giant. He got hurt in the spring. He wasn't the same guy. And he goes back to when he was a Dodger and a Blue Jay, and he pitched well. But I think you have to add, but what Farhan has said, you don't need quantity, you need quality. You need a top of the rotation guy. I don't know if they're going to trade Verlander. Watching Sunday Night Baseball last night, there's so many complications. He and Scherzer both have no trades, which means they're going to pick where they're going to go, which they would anyway. And then the money is so extreme. Is Cohen, going to take some money back? The Mets don't look good, but things flip, and baseballs are streaky. I just don't see, the Mets selling off big pieces because they're going to try to come back and win next year. But the 2 veteran pitchers, Scherzer and Verlander, are making, 40 plus. And when you prorate that for the last 2 months of the year, it's $14 million for 2 months. Normally, when you make a trade at the end of the year, John, you're taking on maybe $4 million, not 14. But I think the more pressing need is middle infield. Tyro Estrada, and we'll hopefully talk to Susan before she flies away from Detroit. when is he coming back? And their offense is falling apart. When he got hurt in New York on that Sunday night game, John, on July the 2nd, look at the numbers offensively. They've been streaky up and down, but really the offensive production's not been there. And I'm not saying it's all on him, but it does, you're playing Wisely too much. You're playing Schmidt too much. Now Cross hurt. Cross probably going to come back Friday against Boston. But your middle infield, you're in need of a swing guy. The very first day that I was off on July the 1st, I went over to Oakland to watch the A's, and the A's treated me well. I got great seats and had a theater box and watched it all. They were playing the White Sox that day, and Tim Anderson's having a rough year. But he, by an inch, missed a grand slam.
Jim Bowden told us, without telling us, he's going through a lot of personal issues this year, and we all know how that works out. So he thinks that a change of scenery would do him very, very well.
Well, he's a great player. I mean, we saw him in the WBC, and he was playing second base. I'm like, wow, this guy can play second? And he's a great shortstop, so he can play both. He gives you a right-handed hitter that you're lacking. The loss of Mitch Haniger, and I know, Montos was hot in the minor leagues, and everybody wanted Montos to come up, and how are you going to do it? And then, Haniger fractures a bone, and he's out of the forearm. You miss Haniger, but he's not coming back to September. The point is, when Estrada comes back with a wrist injury, those are hard injuries on a hitter. So how effective is he going to be? Craw's already talking about the bulky knee. Susan's been writing about it. So I think you need a starter, but you need a top-of-the-rotation guy. Giolito, Lance Lynn, Marcus Stroman, someone like that. Verlander, obviously, with his pedigree, would be there. He hasn't pitched well, but you put him in a, August, September, hopefully October stage. Look at who the guy is. But the bigger question, I think, in the short term, what do they do? You're facing two more left-handed pitchers against the A's. You've lost 4 in a row to all left-handed starters. It's amazing how things flip. Early in the year, you didn't have Haniger, you didn't have Slater, and you couldn't hit lefties, and now here you are again. You just cannot hit left-handed pitching right now, and the other team is loading up on you. Elliot Ramos, I saw him hit a walk-off home run in Sacramento on Saturday night. I also saw him misplay the first play of the game badly on a opposite field hit down the line. He dogged it into the corner. I lost him where I was sitting. I couldn't see him, but he looked slow. He couldn't get the ball out of the corner. Lackadaisical, wound up being a triple. But later in the game, and he was sitting right behind Joey Bart, he hit a bomb. And then you got Marco Luciano, and what would you do with him? When I was watching the game Saturday in Sacramento, John, I was looking at Bart, Luciano, and Ramos. And you're thinking, would you trade all three? How would you handle it? You'd like to hold on to Marco. Clearly, you trade Bart. Try to ride Ramos a little bit. It's so far on. If a guy's on a heater as a right-handed batter, bring him up when you're facing. They're going to face 6 straight left-handed pitchers, starters. Why isn't he here now? Whether it's a DH or in the outfield, you don't have to play Conforto and Yaz left on left. You mitigate that a little bit. But as you look at it, and if they're not going to trade Ohtani, then you don't have to talk about the big picture. And I agree with John Shea's column. The one guy I would not trade is Patrick Bailey. But would you trade Casey Schmidt, John? Would you trade Luis Matos? Would you trade Marco Luciano? I think the answer is yes on Bart and Ramos. But the other guys, Wisenhunt, I wanted to see him pitch. He didn't pitch on Saturday. He pitched the next day. We've seen, obviously, Kyle Harrison pitch. Which one of these young guys, because that's what you're coming down to. If you're going to make a trade, you're going to say, I'm freezing these 2 guys. You can take everybody else. How many do you want? If it's Ohtani, it may be 3 prospects and a couple of major leaguers. Now you're getting into a massive deal. But of those guys, do you agree with John Shea? Patrick Bailey is untradeable, untouchable. And who else would you not trade?
I think you have to assess how far you can go and how good you are. Jim Bowden told us last week. He said, look, don't look at the standings. Look at what team you are. And I think that's why he said he would trade Ohtani regardless, because he doesn't think the Angels are going to be playing games in October. Are the Giants that good? Or we're sitting here talking about a lot of different things. They need a high-quality starter like a 1A, 1B. They don't just need a guy. They don't just need depth. They need a middle-of-the-order hitter. I mean, if I'm the Giants, those names that you mentioned to answer your question, it depends on who I'm getting back. Okay, so let's take Ohtani off the table for a second. Can I get Nolan Arenado? And can I get a middle of the order hitter? Can I get Jack Flaherty? And can I do what the Dodgers did a couple of years ago when they got Scherzer and Turner? Can I get Arenado and Jack Flaherty? Because if I'm going to get those two guys,
how about Tim Anderson and one of the White Sox starters, Giolito
or
Lynn?
Tim Anderson and Lucas Giolito? That's the kind of swing. If they're going to decide that they're going to go for it this year, that's the kind of swing they need to make, because you just pointed this out. They've got plenty of depth in the rotation. They need a one. They have a bunch of guys, as you just pointed out, playing shortstop. And even when Crawford comes back, he hasn't shown that ability at the age of 36. So they need a big-time middle of the order bat, and they need a number one starter. And if you're gonna go that deep and swing that hard, if we assume Ohtani's off the table, then yeah, you're going to have to give up a lot in your farm system. Now, maybe you want to pull Bailey back, and that's fine. But the names we just mentioned, a couple of those guys are going to go, and it's going to upset some Giants fans. All I would say is, outside of Ohtani, I don't really want Reynolds. And when Farhan was with the Dodgers, remember, they went and got Yu Darvish, and they went and got Machado, and they went and got Scherzer and Turner. I mean, they've been very aggressive, especially with rental players. Arenado's got like 3 years left on his deal. Now, you want to give me that guy? That guy will make a difference, and then I can trade some of those guys who are my future, because Nolan Arenado's my third baseman, and he's a middle-of-the-order hitter.
I mean, that would be big, and obviously the salary for Arenado. He's not having a great year. I saw him struggle in the WBC. He's having an okay year. I think St. Louis may be open to it. They're going to trade, obviously, the guys that are on expiring contracts. I don't know if they're going to do something this big. You watched the Sunday night game last night. Mark Canha playing left field at Fenway Park for the Mets, the former A. How good was he? He had 3 outfield assists last night. He's a right-handed hitter. I do see them doing something along the fringes like that. It would not be, Canha can get hot, and he's a good fundamental player. He helps you win. He's more along the line of what Farhan does. He doesn't get a star, but he gets a quality player that impacts winning. I could see that. But I think the big thing is now to get the hell off this road trip. They haven't been home since the day before the All-Star break when Logan Webb shut out the Rockies. I mean,
the
how
last
long
team
ago
to play
was
a
that?
home game after the All-Star break.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then you got to beat the A's twice. Boston's got a great offense. They're sporadic. I think they're going to get Paxton over the weekend at some point, either Friday or Saturday. He's their ace. And then, I think you got to get hot. As we've detailed, it's been a 5-game winning streak followed by a 5-game losing streak, and up and down. I'm getting dizzy. They got to get hot again. So what if they get hot now and win 6 in a row going into the trading deadline? How does that impact where you are? Because that's what this team has been. Look at this road trip. Win the first 5, lose the last 6. I think they're about on time now to win 6 in a row.
And look, we talked about this so much during the first half. It looks pretty good, the guys they didn't sign. I mean, Aaron Judge has been hurt, and Carlos Rodon came back, and he's been terrible, and we know what Carlos Correa has done. But the point is that there was that overriding need for a middle-of-the-order bat. That's what they were trying to do with some of those moves, and they still haven't gotten that. So I think that if they do go big, or if they do go, I think they should either go big, or if, like you said, then don't touch any of my prospects, because you and I saw this coming. Look, the Casey Schmidt story is very cool, but he's a rookie. And Luis Matos is very cool, but he's a rookie. And a couple of years from now, these guys will be ready. But right now, you're throwing them in the middle of a playoff chase, and they're just not ready to do that. So before, look, I haven't been a big Haniger fan, but he's a veteran player who's proven it. And Estrada and Crawford and all these guys going down, they sound like excuses, but you got to have veteran players. So they've got to, at the very least, come in and get a veteran. But as far as the pitching goes, if they want to contend in this thing, they have got to find, I know it's the hitting right now, but they've got to find a top-of-the-order arm as well.
So you want an ace, and you want a middle-of-the-order hitter.
Is that too much to ask?
Shohei, he's in Detroit. He's there right
Just
now.
stay.
The
Will you
Angels
just
are
stay?
playing the Tigers.
Just
Did
stay
anybody
in-
bump into him? Where is he, in Greektown? Where's he? What's he eating there?
All I know
He's
is
on a people mover.
If I'm far out, I'm putting some sort of tracking device on him, and then I'm just going to show up at restaurants. Oh, geez, it's weird seeing you
I wonder
here.
if his agent there. He doesn't eat in restaurants. He orders room
Oh, that's
service.
right.
You know what you got to do? Pull a Don Nelson and Gary St. Jean. You heard that story when Vic Alexander ordered the cheeseburger, and they delivered
You
it?
show up.
Farhan has got to be, when Shohei orders room service,
Yep.
Farhan has got to deliver it.
Well, you look awful familiar. Let's sit down.
No, that's not me.
Sign this $600 million napkin contract. All right, we'll continue the conversation. Give us your thoughts. Papa is back, and it feels so good. We're going to try to see if we can track down Susan Susser before she leaves Detroit. We got a ton to get to as well. Crazy stories we haven't hit, plus anything you may have missed, I want you to opine on before we have the top of the hour. We have a full show tomorrow, so we'll get deeper into all this stuff. If you just joined us, kind of an extended Giants postgame show. They lose again, this time that one quick makeup game in Detroit. So it's 6 in a row before they come home to take on the A's, the Red Sox, and the such. We'll get to more of it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I think what Alex thinks, and I think that the reason I say that is that, man, you got to remember, man, I used to watch the dating game, you know, and they would have those three guys there, and they would be sitting there trying to figure out, and the girl would be sitting there looking at all three of them, and usually when all three of them started talking and having fun with each other, you saw all the personalities come out, and eventually she would say, oh, that one, right?
Yeah.
And I think that that's just knowing all three guys, they're really good. All three guys are really good. I've seen obviously seen the kid at Darnold play when he was at SC, knowing a lot about what he can do. Seen Lance play. And then Purdy, and so to me, you got three talented guys.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. Papa is back from his break as we get ready for training camp. Rookies have been there for about a week, and tomorrow the vets are going to join us, and the off season is officially over, which is absolutely great. So we're going to talk a little bit of 49ers training camp and what to look forward to. Also, we will be down at training camp first week of August. So we'll get you up to date on everything 49ers by the first week of August. August 13th, first game is in Vegas. I am thinking of joining you down there because my son is going back to school in Phoenix on the 14th, and so I thought I would just do the double hot and go right from Vegas to Phoenix.
First game of the year, I have to do with a raging hangover?
Yeah, why not? I mean, let's go.
I'm good.
Yeah, that's true. That what is it? 100 guys you're gonna have to because no one's gonna play in that game because they're gonna do the joint practices, so nobody's gonna play.
Well,
so
somebody's gonna have to play. Are you gonna play? Somebody's gonna have to play. And I said I ran into Paul Gutierrez in Sacramento watching the River Cats.
How cool is that?
And he was saying Nick Wagner, I guess Nick was on KNBR, and said that and tomorrow it does start. The rookies have been in for a week. The coaches have been back in the building for a while. And the rookies are just lifting weights and getting acclimated. Tomorrow, they're checking in today. Tomorrow, they got some things they have to do, and then they're on the field Wednesday morning. And I'm going to be in Santa Clara on Wednesday to do the show Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan will meet the media tomorrow at 11 a.m. We'll take it live. And the first bit of news right away, well, first of all, is Nick Bosa going to show up? Nick is the kind of guy that if he doesn't take part, he can do a hold in, opposed to a hold out. Unlike Chris Jones in Kansas City is actually holding out. But what's the status on Nick and his contract extension? And then Brock Purdy. Will they put him on the PUP list to start the year, the physically unable to perform list, which I don't know what they're going to do. But what Nick was saying, and I was talking to Paul Gutierrez, and we are going to have joint practices with the Raiders coming up in a couple of weeks. It'll be August 10th and 11th on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of that week, off Saturday, and then play Sunday. There is some optimism that Brock may take part in those joint practices against the Raiders. As you say, probably wouldn't play in the game. But if he could take part in that would be more valuable than playing in any of the 3 preseason games. So I think that's the first order of business, John. Obviously, Nick's contract, where he's at. And then where's Brock Purdy if he begins the year on the PUP list or not? Maybe starts on the PUP list and they take him off. You have to start on the PUP list. You can't go back onto it later. So you would start on it and then come off of it. It'd be great news if he's not on it at all. But if he is, then they could take him off later. But I think that's obviously the first question is going to be about Nick's contract. Is Nick there today and tomorrow as they check in and on the field Wednesday morning? And then what's the latest with Brock Purdy?
Yeah, and I'm just excited for the whole thing because we've speculated so much about Brock's health and about Trey's mechanics and what Sam Darnold can do. And you just heard Ronnie Lott there say that, obviously he played at SC, so Ronnie saw him a lot. I just can't wait for it to finally unfold because we've talked about it so much and to see this thing. And then this as well as anybody, and you're going to be down there. This team has a window to win a Super Bowl because Brock Purdy doesn't make any money for about 3 more years, and Trey Lance, it's going to be interesting with him because his number is not substantial, but it's close to $10 million, and then next year it jumps up to 17, and so the clock starts to tick. And when you have a quarterback room, even though the 3 of them combined, what does Sam make? 3.5. I think Trey makes close to 10, and Brock basically makes nothing. That means you can sign Javon Hargrave. That means you can add some of these guys. It means you can get that contract done with Nick Bosa, and you're in a unique spot now with all these other teams paying all these quarterbacks all this money. You are in this window to win a championship. So here we are.
There's not a doubt. And during my time off, I traveled here, there, and everywhere. But I really did get into the Play Callers series. I don't know if you heard of the Athletic,
cool.
John.
Mm-hmm.
I listened to all five episodes, boom, boom, boom. And it's just so much about Kyle Shanahan's system, obviously, and going to Mike Shanahan and Alex Gibbs, and, on to Sean McVay and Mike McDaniel and Matt LaFleur. And, the offense is all over the league, and now how they're trying to combat it with the defense of Lord Fangio and Vic Fangio, just fascinating. And I literally devoured that on a couple of long walks late at night on warm nights, and got through it in like 3 days in a row. If you haven't heard it or watch it, we'll reference it a lot. Heard it, and then watching it, the QB doc on Netflix has just been so amazing to watch Mahomes and his process, and Kirk Cousins, and the 49ers lost in back-to-back weeks last year to Atlanta and Marcus Mariota, and then to Patrick Mahomes, and both of those games were highlighted in the quarterback series on Netflix. But I also go back this time of the year, and I just watch a lot of old games. And I watch back the Dallas Cowboy playoff game, and just watch how well Brock Purdy played in that game, the calm that he had in that game. And that was a hard game. The 49ers had a hard time running the football against that team. What was it, 9-9 going to end of the third quarter, fourth quarter? He get the great pass to George Kittle on the roll to his left, and that was a broken play. George in a scramble drill. But the point is, Brock is he's just so cerebral. He's so calm as the play call's coming. And this is the 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys. Joe Montana's there, obviously, and Ronnie's there, and Jerry's there, and the whole world's watching. It was the highest rated game. And just the calmness that he showed. So you know how much I love Sam Darnold and his pure ability, and I think Trey has made a lot of advancements from where he's been. And even in that game, you could see Trey on the sidelines because the communication went out from Kyle into the speaker helmet of Brock, and it was Trey that helped him in a few moments where he couldn't hear. So that's just a great teammate. But the calmness and the ability of Brock Purdy, it's amazing to me that as everybody ranks, and we're getting the Pro Football Focus reports, and last week was, the Madden video game, which we love playing, and all the rankings. The 49ers did not have a single 99. They had a bunch of 98s. But the quarterback position, Mahomes gets a 99, and then they all fall in behind that. And it's just, what did Brock get? What was his grade from last year? And the stats were good. He didn't turn the ball over. The team scored at a high percentage, but when you watch him play, and right now I haven't seen him this offseason, I've been enamored by Darnold and his ability, but just the calmness, the ability to get the ball out. There was that crazy play right before halftime. Remember when he held the ball so long and threw the ball to the sideline to throw it away? He did it with 1 second to go, and Kyle reamed his ass when he came over to the sideline. Robbie Gould made a good field goal, a long field goal. I also had forgotten now, Robbie made 4 field goals in that game, 4 in the game before against Seattle. He made, back-to-back playoff games. He made 8 field goals, 4 and 4, and we all know how good he is in January. And can Jake Moody be that good? But just go back and watch, moments of Brock Purdy, John, and the ability to see it and rip it and getting out. But really, it was the amazing he reminds me a lot of, I should say it the other way around. Patrick Bailey reminds me a lot of Brock Purdy. When you look at him and physically, you're like, Bailey's got a little bit of a round face. He's got what is he wearing his head? A bandana or something? He looks like, who is this guy? He's not toolsy. He sees it. And he was a first-round draft pick, and obviously Brock was pick number 262. There's just something about them, the slow breather, the calmness that, and Brock Purdy, with the weapons you have on this offense, you are loaded everywhere on the offense. If Debo can have a bounce-back year, you have McCaffrey from the start, John. If the quarterback just gets the ball on time and on target to the playmakers, this team can take it to the next level. But it's the calmness of Brock Purdy that struck me, just how poised he was.
We're going to talk a lot about training camp, but again, tomorrow we will. Everything starts, and then you're going to be down there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I am.
I'll be joining.
And then
you
they're off on Saturday. They don't even have practice on Saturday.
Oh, you got to be kidding me! That's killing you.
But they are going to be there on Sunday, and we'll watch. I'm going to be around training camp more this year. I'm not going to fight that traffic going back and forth. So I have never, with the Raiders, we went to Napa and you kind of went away.
Right.
It's the 20th year the 49ers have been in Santa Clara for training camp. So, and now that we're back and we're moving around, the Bay Area traffic is just gridlocked. So I'm going to lock and load on training camp this year like I haven't done for years, going back to the Raider days, and And then obviously we take off for Vegas and do those scrimmages.
Yeah, it's going to happen quick. So tomorrow, officially, the vets will get back, and we'll keep you up to date on everything. And like you said, you'll be down there late in the week. I'll jump down there, and we'll do the shows from Levi Stadium, get you caught up on everything 49ers, so make sure you keep it right here. All right, we got some remnants we got to get to you until the top of the hour, and then tomorrow we will expand out on everything, do the full show, and then later in the week we'll be live in Santa Clara. We'll give you some remnants before Tolbert and Copes jump in next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's a swing, and there's a high drive deep to left field. Off the bat of Short, down the line, and it hits the foul pole. Home run, and that's a backbreaker. For the Giants, who are offensively challenged right now, already we're down by 2, and now they are down by 4. 5-1 Tigers. The defensive replacement is the guy who launches it. He got a hanging slider, a fat one that sat there on the inside about belt high.
The Giants get outscored in the 6-game losing streak, 26-6, 21-5 this weekend, and then they get outscored today 5-1, and you heard John Miller on the call. So the Giants will lick their wounds, and then they'll head home against the A's, struggling to score runs in July. We got into that. Training camp starts tomorrow. We'll get into that, and we got a ton of other things we got to hit tomorrow as well. So full-length show. So we will welcome you back officially tomorrow. more.
How many runs have the Giants scored since John went to see Barbie in Washington on Friday morning? Wilmer Flores has hit some home runs. Jock Peterson some home
That's
runs.
about it.
You go see Barbie and you can't score after that, John? What's going on? I got my pink shirt on.
Are you on the way?
Meet me? Are you going to meet me? Let's go to the lot.
My wife's been bugging me all weekend, and I'm just like, I just can't.
Well,
go.
the lines. Can we
do
get
it.
tickets? Can we get tickets?
Oh, maybe for a matinee. I would think maybe during the night it's going to be more difficult. But yeah.
It was hard
During
to
the
see
day
Mission
was fine.
Impossible. I saw Mission Impossible. That was an impossible mission to get a ticket for that. How old is Tom Cruise? Should he be?
My
in that movie
God,
anymore?
man! Is
How old
he
is
still
he?
doing his own stunts?
He does all his own stuff.
He's older than you. He's
Even the ridiculous bit on the train he did. I was like, what's
Really?
going on here? Reminded
Well,
me
they
of Silver Streak.
They always have. I can't remember which show does it, but they have good genes or good docs. And he is definitely good docs. I mean, my God, man! That guy stopped aging at like 40. Like, what happened to that guy?
Scientology will do that. He is a bit strange. He is a bit strange.
Very nice. I like the hat. What do you got going with that?
Jaeger. I'm going to drink Jaeger and see if I can get Barbie out of this box.
You may need Jaeger for that one. You may.
At the lot, we can get booze and we can get food sent to our seats there.
Don't open that Barbie. I'm telling you, man.
I watched the LA Rams score 3 points in the Super Bowl at the lot.
That's
Three
right.
whopping points.
We watched a little World Series action there.
Oh, that's
Man.
right, with George, right?
Oh, he couldn't stop talking about it.
Was that with
My
David
gosh.
Feldman when David Feldman came back?
He likes me and you. He loved Dave Feldman. Dave was coming up with those stats and the numbers, and he was like, "Oh, I love that guy." I'm like,
I think we should have Dave Feldman on the air with us tomorrow because one thing we're going to get into, obviously, the 49ers are John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan will talk at 11, and we'll get into all that. But this, what's going on with the A's, and on my first day I was off, John, I went there on July the 1st to watch them play the White Sox. We should get Tony on. I saw Tony at the at Cooperstown yesterday, and just since the Giants are playing the A's, and I know we're going to have the reverse boycott too, and a lot of the A's fans are going to be joined by Giants fans. But David, I mean, nobody loves the A's more than David, and you think about them possibly leaving. They got one more year, and it'd be a good time to have David Feldman on and just talk about A's baseball. I know he's scoring over there, and he's there a lot. We should get Ken Korak on as well. You know, Ken worked in Las Vegas for years. How ironic that they may move to Vegas. So a lot of rumors about where the A's may go if they do just do one more year in Oakland and the owners do vote for it. I mean, I'm hearing that they could go to Vegas early in their minor league park and then expand that after. Mark Bedane, by the way, the former Raider president, is in charge of the group. He's heading the group up. It's trying to get the NBA team in Las Vegas. So I did not know that. But he's involved in that. And, will they stay in the 9-acre site? And then where would they play in 25 and 26 before that stadium is built, no matter where it's built in Vegas? They could go to Vegas, expand that. I mean, would they ever play at Oracle Park, John?
Well, I wouldn't think so. I mean, I think there'd be a better chance they'd play at Oracle Park than the Raiders would have ever played.
Well, Mark
at
tried
Levi
to go
Stadium.
there.
Yeah.
No, and Mark talked about playing in Oracle Park.
No.
There was a time.
Thank you, Dan.
Amy Trask and Larry Bear, Cal had a meeting.
That's true.
Remember they'd smack into the wall right behind the end zone?
I remember the college bowl game. What was that, the Emerald Nut Bowl or something that was played?
There was one at Wrigley Field where they had it right up against the wall.
Yankee Stadium, they had the Pinstripe
Yankee Stadium.
Bowl.
Well, Syracuse plays there every year.
Yeah.
But Wrigley, it was right up against the wall. Can you imagine the Oakland A's playing at the home of the San Francisco Giants?
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
I don't know. Where else are they going to go?
Well, that's you just mentioned this, and I know the AAA team plays there, so I guess it's possible. But, I mean, can you play in Vegas without a roof? I mean, it's just like 115.
We're going to scrimmage the Raiders in the joint practices outdoors. Their three fields are outdoors. They have one that's indoors, but it's only 60 yards. I don't know. You better start at midnight.
How cheap is Mark? My God, man. You're in Vegas. You need a bigger bubble than 60 yards, my friend. So what are you going to do? How are you going to do that? You're going to be standing out there in 115 for 3 hours?
Well, the beautiful thing, I'm advocating 7 a.m. joint practices so I can make the show by 10.
I would love that. Well, you almost have to do that, right? Because if you're in Phoenix and you want to hike like Camelback or you want to play golf, you got to get up at like 5:30 in the morning. You can't do it in the middle of the day.
It's going to be early in the morning. I think the latest would be 8:30. But I'm voting for 7 a.m. I should be rolling in off the strip by about that time.
I was talking to somebody about this. So Henderson is like 30 minutes from Vegas.
40, yeah.
So it is. Are they going to let you broadcast from their facility?
Don't tell them it's me. Don't tell them it's me. Tell them it's Tim Ryan.
Don't tell the owner.
My Dave there. I won't be in the state. I'll be in Reno. I'll be in Tahoe.
It says that someone's broadcasting.
No, you know what's going to happen? It's all going to be
Ryan.
set up, and then it's going to be like Barry Bonds' 715th home run. Welcome to Henderson.
Exactly.
What happened?
You know what you need?
Why's the guy with the bowl cut on his hands and knees over there in the corner? What the hell?
You need a big cardboard cutout of Tim Ryan so he can't see you. Who's in there? Just Tim Ryan. And just have a recording, bro, and they wouldn't even know it's you.
Can't wait to see him. I'm going to see him on Wednesday, John. Let's go.
It's tremendous. Papa is back. It is great to have you back, man. I'm glad you made it back in one piece with all your travels.
I'll be in studio tomorrow. I'm coming to the studio tomorrow.
I'll be in studio, and then I'll head down to Santa Clara. What the heck, man? Let's
Wednesday,
do this,
Thursday,
man.
Friday. Let's go.
All right, we'll be back in studio. We will do a proper hello tomorrow for the 4-hour show starting at 10 o'clock, and then we will head down to Santa Clara and get you caught up on everything 49ers as camp gets going. Great to have you back. You're looking wonderful. We'll have a full report. Are you going Barbie Oppenheimer back-to-back or just Barbie?
I think I am. I'm going to try.
You're going back-to-back.
I'm wearing my pink shirt. She's my date.
I see you. Look on YouTube right now. You got the pink
What's Barbie's
shirt.
Dog's name?
I'm the wrong guy to ask, man. But I do like that you have that. Are you going to take that with you?
Yes, of course I am.
That's beautiful. All right. We will get a full report on the double dip that you're going to be hitting up today. We'll have the full recap, and then tomorrow we'll get the full 4-hour show. Thanks to Walter. Thanks to Danny. Much appreciated, as always. They are next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station.
Come on, Barbie. Let's go party.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. It's got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today we're going to be joined by Bags, Andy Bagley of The Athletic, Matt Mayoko, talk a little Niners, and then Ray Ratto, who I believe will be filling in for me this week. So it'll be fun to talk. It's always fun to talk to Ray, see what he's got on his mind. We're going to start off today talking about the Giants' prolonged dump that they're taking right now. And unfortunately, it's not over. It's still...
Damn, it's not over.
It's not over.
It's like one of those big dumps. It's not over. You're sitting there, you're like, no, I'm going to be here for a while.
Nah, you think you're done. You're like, more.
Bring me Mays Men's Health, because I'm going to need that one, too.
You're just about to get up, and you're like, I got to sit again.
Nope, there it is. Yeah, the stomach starts turning. There you go.
That's where the Giants are right now. They're just... But if I can give Giant fans any solace, the Reds were here not that long ago. The Reds lost, I think, 6 in a row not that long ago.
Right before the break, right?
Yeah, well, 1 before the break, 3 right out of the break to the Brewers, and then 2 to the
Giants, right, yeah.
So 6 in a row where the Giants sit now. I mean, not that it makes it that much more tolerable for them. it doesn't, they're probably like, what the hell happened? It's like somebody just flipped a switch on their offense. Their offense stinks. The defense today, I mean, it's just so funny. I mean, like every ball the Tigers like had a chance to maybe miss and get something started, they caught.
Everyone.
Schmidt to right field, stick my glove out, catch it.
Dude, they just get right by the wall. Come on.
Yeah, Wade to second base. Let me just roll over, catch it, and throw it and get him out. It's like, and then everyone that was close for the Giants just missed their. I mean, look, that's just the way it is. 162 games, you're going to catch stuff like that. It just hurts when you start off 5-0 and you end up 5-6. I mean, it wasn't a catastrophe. It wasn't a catastrophic road trip. It just felt like one because you won the first 5. You're thinking, oh, damn, we just get 2 out of the next 6, which would stink. We still go like 7-4 for the. That's incredible,
right?
Incredible, and then you end up 5-6. But again, the offense it will get going. I feel confident in saying that. I think you probably do too. But I think the offense will be fine. Still worried about any other starting pitcher not named Cobb and Webb. that one.
And Webb, I mean, that's going to happen. Webb got knocked around.
It happens occasionally, yeah.
It's like it's only one this year where it's gotten that bad.
Yeah, every ace gets roughed up occasionally. So, but it just, that one hurt more because I'm sure he's thinking that's what aces do. Aces stop streaks like this.
Stop the bleeding, yeah.
They just, it's over. It's done. And not only was it not over, not done, it got worse. But they scored 1 run. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do then? Nothing. You're going to do nothing. Their offense is terrible right now. It went from like rolling to like just somebody to shut the water off completely. Like, boop, water's off, done.
They scored 1 run in 4 of the last 5 games. Lost to the Reds 5-1. Lost to the Nats 5-3. Then 10-1, 6-1, 5-1 today. Yeah. 4 games of the last 5, they have put up 1 run. And I bet you, I haven't looked, I bet you Wilmer Flores drove in like 4 of them.
They could have. And they're behind every game. But when you score 1 run, you're always going to be behind.
That's it.
I think the one game in the last 6, they had the lead. They're up 1-0 in the top of the first, and then gave up 2 in the bottom of the first. Mm-hmm. So it's like, they're playing from behind, can't hit. They kind of, you know what their offense is like right now? Over the last 6 games, this is the offense that they kind of brought to the table the first month of the season.
Except no home runs.
Except no home runs.
They said we'll get the long ball a little bit.
Yes, they're not creating anything. They're not getting guys over. Sunday, he thought, okay, second and third, no outs. Strikeout, ground. It's like that was the kind of stuff early in the season. They would get guys on second and third, no outs, bases loaded, no outs, and they wouldn't score. You're like, you kidding me? It hasn't happened in a while, but it does happen. Again, the Reds were the ones that put him in this tailspin, but they were the ones that prolonged the Reds' tailspin. The Reds are a really good team, too, but they got back into it when they started pitching better. They started pitching a little bit better, not having to score a ton of runs to win. And that's what it's going to take from the Giants. I mean, they're going to have to start pitching better, and I don't know if there's a clear illustration of the need for another starting pitcher, like a good starting pitcher, that you could have 3 of them in your rotation and only start 2 because, Stripling didn't give up. He gave up 3 runs.
He pitched well today. This is what I wanted today from him.
Yeah, but he was still kind of walking the tightrope a little bit. Like, he was a hit or 2 away from getting knocked out early in that game. Like, I thought he was okay. Like, he did a good job of limiting them.
There's a lot of guys on base early.
A lot of guys on base. He had 9 hits through 5 innings. I mean, that usually doesn't get it done. Like, you're usually not around that long.
Unless you're Woody.
Yeah, exactly.
Scattered 14 hits over 6 in the third.
17 hits. But was that the first time you would know this, but I don't remember DeSclafani coming in as a bulk inning guy before. Has he done that before?
I want to say maybe once earlier this year, but I'm with you. If it has happened, it's like a one-off, and I'm just saying that so that I have an out. It's not something they've done regularly, and I don't recall that being a thing.
Always need an out.
Yeah, you got to leave yourself an out.
I thought I remembered maybe. Oh, I didn't. Okay.
Oh, okay, no, it must have been. No, that was Walker. It's always Manaea or Walker. Yeah, that was. I mean, that's not great. But again, if you get a third guy and Stripling's your 4th guy, then today's outing looks pretty damn good, right?
Yeah.
If he's the guy you're relying on to be like, okay, we finally got him up to 6 innings, or he's into the 7th, and maybe that's where we are. Maybe we're still stretching him out, and that's his longest outing of the year, I believe, to this point. Pitch. Was he in the 7th and he gave up that hit? I think he pitched into the seventh, gave up a leadoff base hit, and Kapler came and got him.
I think you're right.
I think that's what happened. But yeah, he was erratic early on, not in the game, but early in the season with command, and that's something he had to work on. And so, they're relying on him. These are guys they paid this offseason, and so this weekend made it feel bad relative to where we were on Thursday talking to Farhan saying we're a playoff team.
I know.
And so funny. Farhan goes, yeah, when you call teams, they're all saying, these next 10 days are big for us. The next 10 days are big. Kind of wish these 10 days were big for the Giants too. I kind of wish the Giants had made up some ground or picked up a few games this weekend. Anyway, they're coming out home to take
Well, at least
on
Arizona keeps losing.
Yeah, that's good. That's the positive. But the Dodgers were mashing all weekend.
Dude,
That's what they did to the
Dodgers.
Rangers.
Yeah, they
Jesus,
just
dude.
smashed
That was
them.
insane what they did on Saturday. So we can get more into some Giants baseball. As you mentioned, Andy Baggerly, Matt Mayoko, and Ray Ratto going to join us a little bit later today. John Morosi over the weekend said the Giants may be interested in a guy who had one of his worst moments of his career at Oracle Park. We'll talk a little bit about that next. Where do the Giants go at the deadline? Do they need more help? That's all coming your way. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. The Giants are on a 6-game losing streak. It included today's 5-1 loss to the Tigers. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
2 down, nobody on. Giants nothing, Tigers nothing. Buster Posey would be next. Verlander throws. High fastball swung on and belted deep into center. Jackson going back, still going back. Adios! Pelota! Pablo Sandoval with a home run into the center field bleachers. The Giants have a 1-0 lead, and that was just a liner.
The pitch to Sandoval. Sandoval, it's a high fly ball to left. Young back at the wall. It is out of here. Pablo Sandoval, opposite field. 4-0 Giants.
Familiar home runs there. We had good animal content going on now on the KNBR stream with Tom and his zoo. He's got a game
of world's most jealous animal.
Got a game of Twister behind him. It's like you're playing Twister with your dogs and cats and whoever else is around. Pablo and pandas. There you go. Pablo Sandoval, the Kung Fu Panda, a couple of homers in Game 1 of the World Series in 2012 against Justin Verlander, and that's the name we were talking about, or that John Morosi was talking about this weekend, all gung-ho. Like, let's do it, man. Let's go take 2 or 3 here. Let's go. Maybe, it didn't matter what was happening in Detroit today. A one-off game is always funky on a stop-off on the way home. Then you get the A's. The Red Sox would be a nice challenge after a day off Thursday, and then they just totally S their pants all weekend long. And it's still going. I mean, they're dribbling from Detroit across the nation all the way back here to San Francisco, where they open with the A's tomorrow. Here's what John Morosi said over the weekend about who may have interest or who the Giants may be interested in. It's Justin Verlander and what it would take to get him at the deadline.
The interest is real, and the team I'll mention right now, the San Francisco Giants. I was told in the last couple of days the Giants are tracking right now Justin Verlander. They're among the teams who are. I believe other teams are doing the same thing. What we don't know is 2 pretty significant variables. Number 1, Verlander's appetite to waive his no-trade clause. As you recall, when he went from the Tigers to the Astros, he basically decided that in the last couple minutes before the midnight deadline. So he took that one right down to the wire. This one might be much the same. The other variable, the small matter of the $43 million he is owed next season, Lauren. So the accounting on that, how much would a new team have to take on versus the Mets having to pay some of it? These are things that we don't know for sure, but what I can tell you is the interest is legitimate.
Couple of thoughts. First, sweet music going on behind the whole report there. Number 2 is I believe the report because the only person who would tell John Morosi that they're tracking Justin Verlander has to be Gabe Kapler.
That
right?
sounds pretty good.
He's like, yeah, they're tracking him. I was like, that's not a word anybody uses. Everybody knows who he is, where he is, when he pitches, when he's on TV. We don't have to track anything. We just tune in.
The wilderness tracking
check
him.
the tape. We don't have to do anything. We just go back and retroactive. We missed his start. We'll watch it later tonight. It's a move that's intriguing. That's the kind of piece you'd want to get, and it would also set you up to have a pretty damn good number 1 and 2. Is Cobb under contract for next year? I think he is. I think Cobb may be here through or into next year. I think that's why he was talking about trying to get Ohtani this offseason as well. I think he's here for at least one more. But that would be intriguing. If you were to get Verlander, you've immediately got a good 1-2. Cobb becomes your 3. You feel pretty damn good about those 3 guys going into any playoff series. You also feel pretty good about having 2 guys that can stabilize a rotation. Now, if Logan Webb has a game like he had, you expect from your ace to stop it. Now you got another one. That's effectively what they had in the championship years, and you've got him for all of next year. Mets could be looking to recoup some. They also would maybe want to free up some money. They got, is it Scherzer comes off the books this year? Verlander would be still there next year, and then they want to make a push, I'd assume, for Ohtani. So It's an interesting one. I mean, it's the right team to make a deal with because Verlander's willing to go, and they have him for another year, and I'm sure they're happy to keep him. But if they can make a run at Ohtani and give up some of this money, I don't see why they wouldn't after what's happened this year.
Yeah, I don't. I guess the question would be, what do you have to give up, and how much of the money do you have to bite off? Because I think there's actually a player option after next year too.
Dude, he's got a third year on the 43.
I believe it's a player option. So if that's the case, usually guys that age pick up their player option because you're not going out in the market and getting 2 or 3 more years. So
I'll take my 43, right?
Yeah, I would have to look and see what it was. I thought it was like 35. I'll look, but I'm pretty sure it was a player option. So, you're getting the rest of this year and then 2 more years. Like, do you want to invest that much into Justin Verlander? I haven't looked at his metrics. I said his metrics are falling off a little bit. Like, they're not going the right way. His strikeouts per 9 innings are going the wrong way. And look,
I'm like, yeah, dude, he's 40 years old. What do you? They're like, well, he's not the guy he was 10 years ago. Like,
yeah, are they? Well, are they going so far? Are they going like so far out of whack that you're like, whoa, that's not great, or they're not great relative to what Justin Verlander usually is? Like, if it's dropping off relative to Justin Verlander, then that's fine.
Like, yeah, he won the Cy last year and led the league in Ks.
Verlander's great. He's a Hall of Famer, so falls off a little bit. I think we're still good there. So it's going to come down to the money, how much they're going to eat of the contract. Because, I mean, baseball is just so weird. Baseball, you could have him eat money this year, next year, and the following year if he picks up his option. That's the way it goes. Now, the more money they pick up, the more they're going to expect in return. The more money you eat, the less you'll have to give up in return. So now you're kind of like trying to balance the scales. Okay, how much do we want to give up versus what talent we want to give up? So let's try to figure that one out. That I don't know. Again, he's Justin Verlander. He's been there. He's done that. He may not be what he was in the past, but he's still plenty good enough to be in the top two of your rotation. So, yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting. And I know the Mets are probably trying to save money, which is so stupid to say because they spend money like it's going out of style.
Why would they give this? What a weird contract to give. Like, I understand staggering 2 years, and maybe that option was what got him to agree to come. It's a vested option, by the way.
Okay, so 140 innings.
That's exactly it. So if Verlander throws 140 innings next year, he gets an option that becomes a player option for 2025.
Got it. Okay,
and it's worth $35 million.
Okay. So you need to get to 140 innings.
Right.
Okay, got it. So I mean, look,
he'll get there this year. He's at 83 right now, or 86, or is it 83 innings pitched this year?
That's a tough one. I don't know. I mean, I think I would do it, but again, I can't sit here and tell you what is it something I would entertain or not without knowing what the deal is. I mean, you got to know what the deal was. That's why it always killed me when people say, "Oh, you got to get rid of Bumgarner. You got to get rid of Bumgarner." I'm like, well, what are they being offered for him? I mean, somebody tell me what they're being offered for him, and then I'll tell you if the Giants should get rid of him or not. They're not just going to give him away. So they're not just going to – look, they're not giving up prospects and picking up the entirety of the salary, so I need to know where's it land? Where does it land? How much of the money are they giving up? What prospects are they giving up?
It ain't the ERC. They're not just giving it away, right? Like that's
they are not just giving it away.
That's what we call Moskowitz for.
You can't just call and ask for it. They're going, here you go. You got it. You know what? All you got to do is call and ask.
Justin Verlander, they're giving him away.
We're good. So, but yeah, I mean, that's the type of guy. Although I don't think it'll be interesting because I was thinking about Ohtani and the Mets. And look, if he wants to win, that's probably not the place to go either. So most players, I'd say.
Dog was licking your microphone.
Bro, she's like out of control right now. She's all up in my grill.
650 says props to Tom for this multitasking. It's a more impressive segment.
She always like grabs a microphone too.
Yeah,
like
she's on the mic and she was licking the actual the cone of the mic.
You have something to say about Verlander? No, I didn't think so. So Ohtani's like. I wonder if because he's from Japan and different culture, that like when he says it's not about the money, he means it. Because he's going to make a ton of money wherever he goes. Will he go to the highest bidder? I don't know. I mean, does he? He's going to have his suitors, the people that win all the time, and the Dodgers will definitely be in there, yep. So that'll be an easy one. But is it about because it's always about the money, right? It really doesn't matter who it is. But I've always wondered, is it a little bit different for someone from a different country? Probably not. I mean, probably not. I mean, everybody loves money. So, but they could be clearing that money out, but it doesn't really matter. We're not concerned with what they do. I would like it if you don't got to give up too much. Like, I don't want to give up what you have to give up for Justin Verlander a couple years ago. Like, I don't want to have to give up. Like, if you're going to give up, try to get Ohtani and, like, just pour prospects into it, fine. That's that. Even if it's a rental.
What if you get Canna, too? What if you tried to work out a deal where you get both? We got
like
Mark
him.
Canna and Verlander.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about a package that helps you in a bevy of ways beyond even this year.
Yeah.
You could have Verlander for next year. You could have Canna for, I think he signed a multi-year deal to go to the Mets. The guy plays first. He can DH for you. He's proven he can hit in this ballpark. He
owns the
coming
park.
home. He owns the park. I mean, this is
He
my
does.
blanking house.
Yep.
Trevor Gott. And he's like, that's a guy. Susan Slusser put us on him a couple of weeks back, saying that maybe is somebody that the Mets could unload and you'd immediately have some more veteran help. Like, that would be another right-handed bat at first base. That'd be an intriguing ad, and then I would be willing to give up something. You'd be getting controllable players at reasonable price tags. Verlander, I don't know, for that asset, he might give you a 1.75 ERA like he did last year, or he's more average this year, I guess, but he's still a 1.19 ERA plus. Like, he's still doing well. He's just not as dominant as he was last season. So intriguing stuff. We'll see where the Giants go at the deadline. And I said going into the weekend, I was thinking it was all about the pitching. We talked about maybe middle infield defensive help. Farhan said they weren't particularly looking at something long term because you're still expecting to get Tyro back. But after this 6-game losing streak, do they need more help at the deadline? A lot more to come on that. They could need more offense. Maybe still need. I think they do still need the pitching. Does the defense up the middle become less of a factor now? Where do they go? And how big of a concern is the Giants offense after losing their 6th straight to the Tigers today? That's next. And then Andrew Baggerly at 2:50 on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
for us, we've talked about it some. We'd like to add some infield depth with Craw going on the IL and Thyro still, maybe at least a couple of weeks away. So that's kind of, maybe unrelated to the trade deadline. We're just looking to add some infield depth, and help our young guys who've been carrying a lot of the load there. But we think we're a playoff team right now, and we're certainly going to try to improve that because, we don't want to just get into the playoffs. We want to have a chance to go deep and have a really successful season.
That's Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball operations, with Tom and I last Thursday talking about the middle infield help. And people on the text line, actually, when Farhan was on with us, and even last week after the game, the last 2 games against the Reds, we're talking about the offense going. They were kind of panicky about it, and this offense isn't hitting. They need bats. They need to add somebody else if they want to go. And I thought, let it go. Like, they're out of the deadline, or they're out of the All-Star break. I'm more concerned with the pitching. The pitching can make up for some of that a bit if you can suppress some of this, but they still aren't scoring a ton, and then they went through a really bad spell. As I mentioned, 4 of the last 5 games, they've scored just 1 run. And so now I do think it's worth talking about or thinking about, like, is this a point of emphasis come trade deadline time? I mean, pitching is going to be the commodity for everybody. Is there somebody out there you might be able to get a good bargain on? Because we were talking just, Tim Anderson or DeYoung, some guys like that who are supplement pieces maybe to help you up the middle. But now I'm looking, where do you get a bat? What position? Do you need another everyday outfielder? What's the future hold? Because guys like Luis Matos, he's fine, but he's not hitting the ball real hard. Like, he's not making hard contact. Casey Schmidt's in a spell where it's just, he might be like 4 for his last 55 or something like that. Like, he's in a real bad stretch right now. Guys like Yaz and Conforto, they're not carrying the lineup. Wilmer, the only guy really for the last week who's been doing anything. So while I do think they're capable of coming back around, we've seen them do it, they really aren't even doing as poorly as they did that first month when we were going, man, this offense has got to figure it out. This is worse because they're not hitting the long ball at all.
Yeah, but here's where I'm at. The 5 games that they won to start the road trip, they scored 32 runs in 5 games.
Yep.
So this kind of stuff happens. I could go back and look at what the Reds did during their 6-game losing streak, and it was bad. I think they might have had a shutout, a couple one-run games. They stopped scoring, right? They just stopped scoring. Because I remember telling everybody like how good this offense was before the Giants played them. I go, well, sorry to sell you on that, Bill. They're not very good right now, and they weren't. And then they got rolling. In fact, they got rolling in a game they lost 11-10, and then the pitching got better, and they started winning games and started scoring some runs. So I'm not that concerned. Yes, they do need Thyro. Thyro is a big miss in that order. And Schmidt he had some really good at-bats today. He had like a 10-pitch at-bat, 7-pitch at-bat. I mean, it sounds stupid to say they were good at-bats when they ended up in strikeouts, but he was fouling pitches off, staying pitches, and ultimately Skubal got him. And then the one he hit really hard to right field.
That was unlucky, man.
Throw your glove up and it lands. I mean, that's just the kind of stuff that's happening
when you're going bad
right now. Yeah, you're always 0-2. You always find a glove, no matter how hard you hit it. It's like, come on, just give me a break. But I still think this is like the same team that scored 32 over 5. So, I think getting home will help. But I just think this isn't an offense that is bad. Not that bad. Nobody's that bad. Like, they've been outscored, I think, 38-9 in 6 games. I mean, that's just bludgeoning. That's A's. That's like A's baseball. A's baseball, 38-9. Welcome. I mean, that's what that is.
A's baseball, get bludgeoned. That's the
exactly. Bludgeoned.
Bludgeon the gang. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. So the pitching hasn't been good. The hitting hasn't. They've just stunk. They've stunk over the last. Over the last 6 games, they just flat have stunk. So, you suck it up. You get back home. You try to get some rest. All it takes is one game. All it takes is one game where you get a couple 2-out hits and guys start swinging the bat a little bit.
A ground ball with eyes.
Yeah, this game, even though I never played 162, I played 82, but this has got to be, it's even tougher because the games just keep coming and keep coming and keep coming, but it could work in your favor if you just have one good game. because then you get yourself on a roll and you stop thinking about all the stuff that's happened over the last 6 games. That's the worst part about being in a slump, is like you just take stuff home with you. It's on the plane with you. It's in the hotel room with you. You're thinking, oh, what are we doing? Why can't we do this? What happened? We were doing it just a few games ago. We were rolling, and now we're done there. But once you win a couple, you can stop thinking about that and just go out and play. And that's where they're at right now. They're at the thinking, like, they're probably internalizing a lot of this stuff. And to be able to drop that bag and move on, you just got to do it. It just has to be done. And it will. I mean, they'll have a game where they come out and the A's are like the perfect tonic for that. Really, I don't know who's pitching for them.
They beat the Red Sox yesterday. I was like, great.
Yeah, I mean, look, they
didn't know they lost. They out-hit them. They coughed it late. Yeah. That's what happened. They were up.
J.P. Sears is pretty good. I don't know if he's facing them. And they have one other guy that's not bad. But, I mean, look, this is the perfect tonic for a team that's not hitting. It really is. So we'll see what they do over the next couple games. But once they get out of it, they can stop thinking about it a little bit because nobody's hitting. Like, I mean, we know these guys can hit, and we know they're missing some of the guys. And like I said, most notably Estrada. Schmidt can't get a hit, and you're right. Matos has hit that one hard to the out left center. Hung up and got caught. Schmidt hasn't hit. Your rookies aren't. Bailey's even coming back down, so the rookies aren't getting it done like they were. You miss Estrada in that middle, and then, J.D. Davis isn't hitting. Conforto, nobody's hitting. I mean, I'm sorry. You're scoring a run and a half per game over the last 6. Nobody is hitting except a little bit for Wilmer. But that's it. So it'll turn around. It's going to turn around. It just feels like when you're in it, and trust me, I'm sure for fans it feels like crap. Trust me, for the guys that are on the plane right now, it feels even worse. They're thinking, oh, you got to be kidding me. We're 5-0 on this road trip. And we end up 5-6. What the hell's going on? And then the veterans are probably thinking it's baseball.
Yep.
It happens.
Well, these are the dog days. This is the literal dog days where you get into it for the end of July. Sometimes you get reinforcements and it boosts you. Or if you're a team at the top, you got to maintain your positioning up at the top. It's like Saturday of a major golf tournament. It's like moving day time. If you're a team that's in it, this is now when you can't fall out of it. You got to make sure you maintain. The difference now from the past is that there's another team that makes the playoffs, right? So falling out of it now doesn't mean the same thing in the last week of July as it meant 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago even, right? You can still be involved. Hell, with the Verlander trade to Houston a handful of years back, that was in August. That was the waiver deadline. Remember that? It was like the Astros got mad at the front office for not going and making a move. And then they went out and landed Verlander. So as far as the Giants offense goes, 9 runs scored total in the last 6 games during this losing streak. 4 of the last 5, they've scored just 1 run in. Now, you talked about the Reds and their losing streak. First of all, they played the Braves or the Brewers 6 consecutive times. 3 before the All-Star break, 3 right after. In the middle of that losing streak where they lost 6 in a row, they got shut out by the Brewers 3 straight times. 1-0, 1-0, 3-0, 4-3. Then they lose 2 in a row to the Giants, and then they got hot. Then they beat the Giants for 2, D-backs for 3 this weekend, and now they get the Brewers. Again, the difference is to bang your way out of a slump like that or a losing streak, obviously you got to have a stopper, a pitcher who can come in and suppress an offense. But sometimes you get hot, and they have bats like that. They've been the comeback kids all year. It's sometimes in a ballpark like that seems like it's easier to break out of it when you have the offense. You said they don't have all their guys, the Giants. There's nobody outside of Tyro that I'm looking at going, okay, when that guy gets here, I'm going to feel better.
No.
Like I'm looking at some of the young guys and wondering – at this point, who outside of Bailey, maybe Matos, because you don't have much else, if you make the playoffs, is Casey Schmidt on that roster? Like, he might have to be defensively to help you out. But I like right now, he's 4 for his last. Let me see what he did today. What did Casey Schmidt do today? He was 0 for 3. He's 5 for his last 48. This was Joey Bart. We'd be calling for his head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's like a pitcher.
You're right. 5 for 48. That's tough.
That's awful.
That's a tough stretch. That's not good, man.
That is not a tasty burger at all.
And in that span,
that's ouch.
1 rib, 12 strikeout. Did he strike out today at all? No strikeouts today. So 12.
He didn't?
No.
I thought he struck out at least once today.
Oh, wait, you know what? Yeah, I was looking at they didn't have this.
Isn't that twice?
Yeah, you're right. No, I was looking at they didn't have that in the standard ESPN box score. You got to scroll over to see the Ks.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. So he's up to like 14 Ks, 4 walks in that span. That's not good. 5 hits. For 40. This is tough. I'm looking at the numbers.
That's not good.
Oh, man, this is not
You're
good.
a tremendous slouch.
He's got an OPS like 300. So, he's a guy who I feel
Vernon Wells like.
if you had more depth, he'd be down in AAA already. Like, I think they should. I was thinking before the break they should have sent him down. Like, he'd gone through a stretch where he wasn't playing a ton. His confidence was shot. Then he drew a couple of walks. But remember, that's where we were with Joey Bart. Like, I don't want to get to a spot where our silver lining is he K'd, but he saw 7 pitches.
Yeah, I know.
That's
I know.
not.
Yeah,
that ain't helping me.
I know. Hey, look, that's where we're at right now with him.
It's true. Yeah.
Good and bad. 7-pitch strikeout.
So maybe
42-year-old me would have said, "Shut up! What are you talking about? He struck out. Who cares? It's 7 pitches. Don't give me that crap." I was like, "Yeah, but he's only batting 900. He's only batting .09. He's like 91. What do you mean? That was a good bat for him." Exactly. I mean, exactly. No, you're exactly right when you say that. When you get to the point, like, I don't know. I don't know. It's a 7-pitch at bat. I mean, you got to give him his due. You don't got to give him crap. And you drop a hit in there every once in a while. So no, I feel you on that one. That it's been a struggle, but I'm going to give you another positive. There's really only 5 teams fighting for the 3 wild cards. So 2 will get left out because I don't think the Cubs are going to be there.
No.
They're 5 back. Padres are 5.5 back.
They might get a good offer for Bellinger or Stroman, too.
Yeah, maybe.
I'd take Bellinger.
Maybe. I don't know that I consider the Padres. We'll see. I've still, unless the Padres get to 500, whatever. But right now, Phillies and the Giants and the Marlins are all tied. And the D-backs are only half a game up. And the Reds are only 1 game up. So, like, everybody's, like, just fighting at this point. Braves are in, Dodgers in, and then it'll be Brewers or Reds. Like, I would think it's going to be Brewers or Reds. I guess it could be both. Yeah, it could be. Yeah,
God, I hope it's not both. That'd be bad news
I know, that'd be crazy. I mean, unlike the American League, where they got a bunch of teams, and you get the Red Sox, Yankees, Angels, Mariners, all within 5 games. That's
Orioles just took over the top.
7 teams. I know that's
the Rays
crazy.
are in second now, right?
As good as the Rays were, they've been reeled in. Yeah, not only in second, I think by a couple games.
Well, I saw a note going into the weekend. The Rays started the season 30-9, entering Friday's 3-game series against the Orioles. They were 30-32 or something. After starting 30, it was something like they were a couple games under 500.
Wow!
After that hot start,
yeah, 2 games back now. Orioles are 61-38.
They're starting Zach Littell. That's what happens, Rays. So, by the way, another forever Giant, Pierce Johnson, traded to the Braves today.
Johnson, I saw that.
No, it's a scene out of Austin Powers. Pierce Johnson, one of the. That's a hell of a name. Anyway, yeah. So that's the way I keep looking at it too. Is how many teams are better than the Giants right now? If they keep playing this way and the offense continues to sputter, then everybody. But
yes.
And they're getting reinforcements. But I just think that maybe the stability of what you're looking for depth-wise up the middle needs to be something a little bit more firm, right? J.D. Davis having a great year. At no point has it felt like outside of the first month or so that he was carrying the lineup for a steady period of time. Jock is sort of sporadic. Wade is basically disappeared. I mean, I feel like you don't see him do much of anything at the top of the lineup anymore, and we were praising him for the whole first part of the season. So we'll see what changes for the Giants, and who knows? You win this game tomorrow, you sweep the A's, and you win 2 or 3 against the Red Sox this weekend. All of a sudden, you're like, well, changes a little bit. Maybe we go get Verlander and add some depth, and you're feeling okay. So we'll see what happens. We'll talk to Andy Baggerly next. Covers the Giants for The Athletic. Our weekly conversation on where the Giants go at the deadline. By the way, Ohtani homered in his final game before the deadline in Anaheim. Yeah? This weekend? Was that yesterday?
That's accurate, yeah.
Yeah.
Hit a 1-iron to center field.
That was wild.
Dude,
straight up into the air.
It's like, I don't know what the launch angle was, but 15 degrees. No, it wasn't straight up. It was like
it was a line drive. It was like a laser beam.
It knifed its way through the air to center. And when he hit it, I was like, oh, he hit that hard, but I'm not sure if it's going to. Oh, it got there. Yeah, it definitely
got there. So
it definitely got there. So
I don't know. He does not go back to play in Anaheim at home as a home member until after the deadline.
They're not trading.
You know who goes there right after the trade deadline, right? August 4th or 5th?
I don't.
The Giants.
Come on, Giants. They definitely trade him to the Giants.
Get Ohtani! All right.
That didn't happen. Yeah, this road trip, though, they got the Braves and the Blue Jays.
Dude, Ohtani against the Braves and the Jays.
That's going to be brutal.
Ohtani north of the border. Get ready for it.
I told you my worst fear is that they keep him and they get a compensatory pick for him. Actually, the worst fear is they keep him. They feel like they're in it, so they trade assets and still don't make it, and then he leaves. And all their assets are gone.
Be great if the Giants got Verlander and Ohtani and they have $100 million committed to 2 players next year. That'd be funny, too. Like an NBA roster.
Oh, they already have that.
The Giants do?
No. I think they're about the Angels.
No, the
yeah,
Angels.
get Ohtani.
200 to 2 players.
Verlander. I just get Scherzer, too.
May as well. Andy Bagley on the other side. Shohei is now being talked about by the Angels. 2 other teams. Do the Giants need more offense? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. According to MLB Network's John Morosi, the Giants are evaluating Justin Verlander for a potential trade before next week's deadline. That story and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
bases are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Tolbert and Copes. Now on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
We do it every week with Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic. He covers the Giants and their lowly offense. Andy joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. 6 straight losses for the Giants as we inch closer to the trade deadline. What's going on, man?
A 5-6 road trip. Normally you would say, you can live with that. That's kind of what you want to do. Go about 500 on the road. This one feels a little bit different, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. A little bit. I think any road trip that I went 5-6 on, I still wouldn't want to lose the last 6.
No.
That's not how I would draw it.
I recommend.
No, but they've been a damn good road team this year. They were better, I think, on the road than they were at home entering the second half of the season, and they came out of the break feeling like, okay, this team is rolling, things are going okay. Then the offense just kind of laid an egg. I mean, 4 of the last 6 games, they've scored just 1 run. Since the All-Star break, they've been one of the worst teams offensively in baseball. Worst batting average, worst slugging percentage, worst OPS, 9 runs scored in the last 6. Does it feel like it's a team that maybe needs more help at the deadline than we thought a week ago?
Yeah, I mean, it's I think Casey Schmidt is being overexposed at this point. That's pretty obvious. I think it's at the point where it has to be a conversation, whether it's a change of scenery is needed for him, even though, they still are waiting on Brandon Crawford to come back. Maybe it's time to give Tyler Fitzgerald a whirl and see what he could do, or maybe even Marco Luciano. I don't think that's what they're talking about, but I mean, it's got to at least be a discussion point. And then you're right. They have a really bad turn through the rotation, and then you can't even set up, the bullpen to do what it's been doing. It's the strength of this team. It's a very average team. They're overall they're scoring pretty much right on league average, even though it's been a dip lately. They're giving up a fewer runs than league average. And so they're basically an average team with a really, really good bullpen. And when you fall behind early because your starting pitchers are struggling and you don't have the offense, I mean, it's non-competitive baseball, even against one of the worst teams in the league, and that's what we just saw.
Yeah, I think 38-9 over the last 6 games. The bludgeoning of the Giants over the last 6 has been brutal. But I would say this, Bags. I feel like, look, the offense will figure it out at some point, hopefully soon. A's are the perfect tonic for that sort of thing. But they're going to get back to being what they are offensively. I'm still concerned, anybody that's not Copper Webb, like I don't know how that holds up if they don't get somebody from their system or trade for somebody. I just don't. I used to, not this year, but I don't have any faith in anybody after those 2.
Yeah, it's a little tough because Kyle Harrison isn't basically one start away at this point. He had the moderate hamstring strain, so that sets him back. Maybe he's not going to be a big leaguer this year. And that does change the calibration a little bit. I do think they need to go out and get a starting pitcher, and maybe it's a clean rental for a guy like Michael Lorenzen, or it's going to be a lot more complicated to get a deal done for someone like a Stroman or a Verlander who can opt out or has more on their contract and incentives that they can use to I guess sort of lock in different parts of their contract. So, but they need to go out and get somebody else. I think another starting pitcher, and honestly, they need a right-handed hitter, because when you really break down the offense, they have 300, at least entering today, 359 plate appearances left on left, and that's the 8th most in the league. I mean, they've been really, really good over the last few years at platooning, at shielding their left-handed batters from facing lefties. And, they've had a lot of left on left, and they have the second worst production left on left, a 565 OPS. A lot of that is Mike Yastrzemski. He has not hit lefties. Michael Conforto has not been very good against lefties. Obviously, they try to shield Wade as much as they can, and he still has 62 plate appearances against lefties. So, I mean, probably having another right-handed hitter in there is somewhere that you can mix him in to reduce some of that exposure would be a good thing, too.
Talking to Andrew Baggerly on the Yuma guest line. Clarification question, because I found myself doing this on the air and then needing to specify. When you say 8th in the league now, do you mean National League or do you mean baseball?
Oh, good question. Yeah, so no, I mean all of baseball.
See, so that's not good. Teams, yeah. Right, because I was thinking that's middle of the pack if you're in the National League. That's not all that big of a deal. But I don't know now when you say the league, because when I say NBA and you're saying the league, you're referring to not just the West, and same goes in football. But now baseball, that's kind of where we are. I've stopped doing the NL-AL thing. And when I say somebody's doing something in the league, I'm just referring to baseball. But we used to say in all of baseball.
No, that's a good reminder for me too, because it is, I think, easier to just assume that it's all one big league now. I mean, you don't have umpires who only work one league. You don't have league presidents anymore. You obviously have a universal DH. Everybody plays everybody. So yeah, I guess we don't really talk about Eastern Conference and Western Conference in the NBA. Or maybe I guess we do to some extent, but
not for stats.
There's still a little culture, I think, difference between AL and NL teams. But for the stats. Now, especially with everybody playing everybody now and the schedule being a little more well-rounded, it does make sense to compare everybody. And the fact you got a universal DH puts them all on the same footing, too. So yeah, it's I think I forget to mention that now.
What have you been seeing from Matos recently?
Well, I know one thing they were talking to him about was using a heavier bat. And I don't know if he's done that or not. One thing, he doesn't really load a lot. I mean, he doesn't really use his legs in his swing very much, and I think that's what they're going to try to get him to do so he can drive the baseball, because he's not hitting – I think I'll have to see what it is now. I'll look up what his Baseball Savant page and see what his average exit velocities are, but they weren't super impressive. He's a guy who, when he's going right, he can hit line drives all over the ballpark. And when he's off the barrel a little bit, those just become kind of lazy fly balls. And but you know what? He's tasked to replace Mitch Haniger, and Mitch Haniger is a guy who has 30 home run season, has a 100 RBI season in his back pocket. And I don't think that's the kind of production that they were expecting to get out of Matos. He's obviously got great bat-to-ball skills. But, it's kind of hard for him to replace Haniger for what they needed Haniger to do in their lineup. And I'm just checking this out. And, yeah, max exit velocity is in the 24th percentile. So yeah, he's and only a couple of hits that aren't to his pull side. I'm looking at his spray chart right here, and he's got 4 hits all season that are not to his pull side. So yeah, I mean, it's hitting in the big leagues is tough, man, no matter how talented you are.
Yeah, hitting's hard. maybe the hardest thing to do in sports. Circling back, you mentioned Justin Verlander earlier, and you talked about the opt-out. We were talking to Susan Slusser a couple of weeks ago, and I hadn't thought much about adding offense, but now we're talking about maybe another outfielder, a right-handed bat, somebody who can come in and maybe be more of a stable part, not just like a depth piece until Tyro comes back. I'm wondering if a deal could be more likely if they went out and tried to, add Mark Canha to a deal or something like that. That was a name that Sluss had mentioned. I'm intrigued by him. Right-handed bat, good power, plays multiple positions from the area. He's team controlled then because he signed the contract to go to New York. Would you be more likely, you think, to get a deal done since the Giants maybe now are in the market for more offense than they were a couple of weeks ago because they're shopping already for other stuff?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you start conversations with one team and then you can sort of branch out from there. But, with Canha, he is, and I mentioned him in my trade deadline piece that ran a couple of days ago as well. He has, I think, an $11 million option for next year with a $2 million buyout. So if he's not a part of the Mets' plans, then, it would probably make some sense to deal him. Now, I will say that he isn't really lighting it up against left-handed pitching this year. He's batting just .216, .720 OPS. In fact, he's got almost no discernible split at all, 719 OPS versus righties, 720 versus lefties.
It'd be perfect. Yeah.
He's actually batting 165 against left-handed starting pitchers.
Beautiful.
So,
ouch.
Perfect.
Yeah, so it's not like you're getting a guy who is, basically, killing it. In fact, Matt Duffy's got an 800 OPS against lefties this year. So, and the Royals could I don't think they're going to get in contention in the next 10 days. So that's another name that I floated that maybe could help the Giants. But yeah, I agree. There are bats out there, and really the trade deadline is problematic for the Giants because they're pretty okay all over. I mean, they can definitely improve at every spot, but they would be improving incrementally. Whereas you take a team like the Padres, who are 0-9 somehow in extra inning games, and their bullpen has been a huge letdown, you can always go out and get a couple relievers at the trade deadline and really ramp up and improve. And I think there are probably some teams that are competing with the Giants in this wild card race that can do more to really improve their rosters in a demonstrable way. And the Giants are a little bit stuck in that fashion because, if you're counting on Ross Stripling to be better, but then you go out and get somebody who replaces him, then you don't have that upside. So it is a little bit of a difficult trade deadline for the Giants to kind of thread the needle here a little bit. But and we're still waiting to see just if any of the big people are going to be actually made available. I really don't think Ohtani's going to be traded at this point, but there could be some compelling people out there. The Cardinals certainly have a lot that they could put out on their front lawn. And I think that other teams are still kind of waiting to see if they're going to be in buy mode or sell mode. And it doesn't help that the Giants have lost those 6 in a row, but they're still in a pretty good position relative to the playoffs. And so I do expect they're going to be aggressive, but I don't know if there's any super quick fixes.
I asked Copes this earlier on. I just don't know the answer to this. Was that DeSclafani's first time as a Bolt guy, or it's second time, or I don't remember it before.
Using an opener for him, or basically?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, good question. I think, in 2020, which let's not even think about 2020, he had 2 relief appearances. But yeah, apart from that, when he was a rookie with the Marlins, he had 7 relief appearances, but I think that he was just sort of a swingman at that point. So yeah, that really was kind of a first for him to be used with an opener. But I mean, like Alex Wood said it a while back, it's like, I don't like using an opener, but I'm not pitching well, so I've got no leg to stand on when they tell me they want to do this. And I think the response is, if you don't like it, then you just have to pitch better.
Yeah.
And then you can actually push back on that a little bit, and then you can have your regular old start. But I mean, the Giants are trying to do anything to goose some more performance out of a lot of these guys, and DeSclafani certainly has been leaking oil, so they got to figure out some way to amplify his stuff and get him to record outs again.
Yeah, having him have an opener start for him, that really worked out well. Here's the thing: they just need to pitch better. Whether they start the game or come in the second inning, nobody has had any consistency to him. I don't know what I'm getting from Mania. Stripling was pretty good today, but still, he was walking a tightrope. He gave up 9 hits in 5 innings. I mean, he had guys all over the place, and they were like a key hit away from like blowing it open. They got the key hits to score a run or two, but they didn't do a lot of damage. Wood, I don't know what I'm going to get. DeSclafani's now got an opener for him, which means they don't like the way he's starting the game, so they're that's why I think you got to have one of these guys has to step up. I'm just not seeing it, or you have to go out and get somebody that can, because I don't know that you can ride this out the rest of the season with 2 guys that you feel fairly confident in. And, Bags, if you have a start or 2 where those 2 guys who are your best guys can't quite get it done, then that's when this kind of stuff happens, where you go on these big losing streaks.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's really tough to get on a winning streak if you don't have a consistent rotation. And the Giants obviously got on a really good winning streak in the first half when they won the 10 in a row. But yeah, when you have a bad run through the rotation at a time when your team's not hitting, I mean, it's going to be really hard for you to be competitive, let alone win. And that's what we saw. But they do have. You can't really say you're that depleted for pitching when you got a guy like Tristan Beck who's got a 3 ERA, I think a 1.41 ERA plus, and which means he's 40% better than the league average pitcher. And you don't have space for him on your roster right now. And they've got him working for Sacramento. He just pitched, I think, the other day and gave up a couple runs. But they may get to the point where they have to give him a little more run, or find someone else at the trade deadline, who can give them a little more consistency, because it's really going to be hard. There are teams in the National League that have not hit their stride yet. The Phillies are one. The Padres, I think, are a team that absolutely can go on a scorching run. And those are teams that are going to be nipping at the Giants' heels and maybe even overtaking them pretty soon. So, it's going to be important to get this figured out and get it figured out in pretty short order.
Yeah.
Badge, we mentioned Mark Canha, we mentioned Matt Duffy. Is there any other name out there you think could be a good fit from your piece the other day? I was flipping through it, I saw some of the names. You have some pitchers that are out there, but what else are you looking at that could be a good fit in terms of a right-handed hitting outfielder or some more offense for the lineup?
Well, there's Tommy Pham. How do you feel about Tommy Pham?
I'm for it. It's good drama.
What do you say? What do you say, Tommy Pham? You know what? If
right around fantasy football time, too, Big.
Right?
Perfect. Beautiful.
All right. Start of training camp. If they were to get Ohtani, which, I mean, I don't think that Ohtani's going anywhere, but if they were, then that kind of puts Jock Peterson out of a job. So just saying. But I don't think they're going to have to worry about that. You know what? Michael Lorenzen is the one guy who kind of stands out from that group of pitchers. He'd be a pure rental. He's a guy who has 6 different pitches that he throws. His fastball is a really good high spin fastball. I think batters are hitting about 170 off it this year. Seems like he's a guy you could drop in the Giants pitching lab and they could really sort of ramp him up. He also doesn't have a lot of innings logged in his career. I think he's coming up on it. He hasn't already surpassed his career for best or most for innings in the season. So, in terms of, is he going to start to get some air come out of the balloon here in the second half? That's I think you could potentially sort of forecast that a little bit. But so there's no perfect addition, but I think that in terms of starting pitching, probably best to look in the rental market as opposed to someone who's got some control, because that'll really cost him.
We will see what happens. Deadline coming up next Tuesday. They open with the A's tomorrow, and then the Red Sox this weekend. Bags, have a great week, man. We'll catch up with you next week.
Okay, look forward to it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Bags.
Good stuff from Andy Baggerly. Missed any of that? You can check it all out on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app. By the way, Mark Canha owning Oracle Park, 70 career plate appearances. He's got a 942 OPS and a 322 average. So, again, not... My God. I love that, too. We're like, ooh, Giants need help. Who's the right fit? He's like, there's nobody perfect. Actually, not a perfect fit. Matt Duffy's intriguing, but the injury-prone guys, that's not a guy I trust bringing in to make a major difference. That's a supplemental piece that you add when your team is up near the top. Lorenzen would be interesting, but again, I don't know if that's a big enough difference maker for this team. He mentioned Tommy Pham and that training camp was starting. Training camp actually starts tomorrow for the 49ers. They're reporting tomorrow. They've got their first practice on Wednesday. Did you say crazy? So you said,
and it's crazy. No, I did. It's crazy. It starts tomorrow.
I can't believe it's already July 25th. I mean, we're a week from August.
Jeez.
I said dog days of summer are here. No joke.
This is crazy.
You're going to have actual football.
Crazy.
Hey, come on, people. That's actually
come on, people.
Rick Barry standing outside of Tasman Studios at 4949. Getting ready for the night. This is crazy. You guys are practicing already? We'll get into a little bit of that. This is one thing that people have been talking about now all off season for the Brock, because we don't know if he's healthy yet. It's not so much of a controversy in terms of who's starting if he's healthy. The question is, for Trey, is there more or less pressure on him in terms of what he can do for himself and his career from the backup position? Last year, nobody behind him. I mean, he didn't know Jimmy was coming back until days before the start of the season. He went in thinking, this is my job, I've got the job, I'm free reign. Now it's Brock's job, and he's backing him up. What does the future hold for Trey? Is there a situation where he takes that job from Brock? We'll talk a bit about that as training camp opens for the Niners tomorrow. We'll discuss it next on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed the Giants' recent struggles, 6 consecutive losses. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Grove. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pen Grove's sports leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I think it would have been pretty easy if Brock was healthy because the way Brock played last year, he'd be the starter going into it. Trey had that position going into the year. We were real excited about that, and we think he would have had a hell of a year. We only got 1.5 games or 1.25, and then he went out, opened up an opportunity for Jimmy. Jimmy got hurt and opened it up for Brock, and Brock played 8 games and won all of them and played at an extremely high level. And we're very excited to have that level of a player as our quarterback. Now, we believe Trey can be that. I think he would have done it last year if he stayed healthy. The good thing for him is with Brock being hurt and stuff, he has an opportunity to try to regain that and everything. And that's also why we brought in Sam, because we can't be set for sure on Brock because you never know how the injury will go. We think it will go well, and we're optimistic about it, but right now that's on hold. And so it opens up an opportunity for Trey and for Sam to come in and show us what they have.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon, the Monday the training camp gets going, week of. I couldn't believe that. We talked last week. We've been doing our stupid NFL offseason storylines, and we're now to the point where not sure we can call anything a stupid offseason storyline now because anything that happens is going to be as it relates to camp. Like, this is what we've been waiting for, to get to this moment so we can say these stories and these topics are relevant. The one that comes to mind from last offseason where we're going, oh, why would we spend any time on that? One of our bosses came in and goes, oh, you guys see Debo took all the Niners stuff off of his Twitter account? And Tom might have said, get the hell out of the studio. That might have been Tom's response, dude. That might have been Tom, like, close the door, get the hell out. And Tom and I looked at each other, we're like, yeah, we're not talking Debo and Twitter, dude.
Stupid off-season storylines.
Where were you on that one, Dip S, right?
Yeah.
That's a 9-iron, huh? Sometimes it's nothing. It's a lot of the NFL machine, and then a lot of it is things that are pertinent and are relevant. So, and the other thing with the NFL is there's so many storylines and perceptions. It's the league that nobody on the outside really has a grasp of. People on the inside are more secretive than in any other league, but will leak things intentionally. I mean, we just got Dan Snyder out because a coach who got canned like 3 years ago was like, How about this email chain? The NFL is wild, right? So here we are again. This topic started in the offseason with whether or not Brock or Trey would be the starter because of Brock's injury. Last year, and I'll ask you this, Tom, does Trey have more or less to prove this year than he did last year? Because last year when he came in, we knew he was the starter and that was it. We were waiting for Jimmy to go. He was over on that other field. Had to give his playbook back. We were sitting here going, boy, if something happens to Trey and it's Nate Sudfeld or Brock Purdy, it's going to be a problem, right? Trey looked okay in the first preseason game. Game 1 of the season is whatever. It's not even a football game, really. It's tough. Yeah. And then game 2, he gets hurt in the first half. And so it's tough for me to say I have any different perception or opinion on him because he hasn't played any more than when we saw him last year. So in terms of pressure is maybe not the right word. Maybe it's something to prove. Does he have more or less to prove this year coming in potentially as a backup, but he's got to prepare as the starter for week 1 because Brock's not going to play until then?
I don't even know. I don't know if it's more or less. I just think he needs to prove he can play in this league. He needs to get a chance first, and that starts with practice. Like, that's the thing we don't get to see. We don't get to see practice. If he was lighting up practice and doing everything right in practice, he's going to play. I mean, there's no way Shanahan would not play him. Like, oh, this guy's incredible. Nah, I'm not going to play him. No, he wants to win, so he's going to play him. So we don't get to see that, though. All we get to see is the games, and we didn't get to see much. We got to see him play the Bears in a deluge, and then we got to see him play against the Seahawks get hurt in the first half. Like, that was it. That was it. That's all. That's just about all we've got to see. We got to see him a few games the year before where, he had some really good games, really good throws, some really bad stuff, too. And that was to be expected for that year. But this year, I don't know if it's about proving more or less. It's about proving you can play. Like, getting a chance and then seizing it and taking the opportunity, like whatever little opportunity comes. And I would imagine it's not going to be small. Him and Darnold will probably split snaps over 3 games. I don't know how they're going to parse it, But he's going to have a chance to go out there and show, and it can't be, it's just camp. It's just preseason. Now, these got to be regular season games for him. Like, he's got to find a way to be sharp those games. Because you're not going to get a lot of opportunities. You're not going to get a lot of looks. But then again, a lot of it is practice that we don't see. Like, if he goes out and lights it up in practice, a lot of times practice means more to coaches than games do. They really, because there's so much practice. You can learn a lot from practice.
For Kyle, preseason it does.
Yeah, in practice. What's that?
Preseason for Kyle, it certainly does. Like he does. I don't think Kyle ever puts much credence into the games in preseason.
Yes.
They make such a big deal about the joint practices now.
He loves the joint practices.
Because you're getting more actual game planning, working on stuff that you can design and it's controlled versus we'd love to work on this, but no opportunity in 3 preseason games presented it.
Yeah, but that being said, if you're Trey Lance, I would count on playing really well during preseason too. Even if it doesn't mean as much, every opportunity I got, I would try to make the right decisions, make the right throws, be accurate. Like, that's the one thing I want to see when I watch him play. I don't get to see all the other stuff, but I want to see when a guy's open, hit him. That's it. That is your job as an NFL quarterback. Above all, when you're in the pocket and you have time to throw, hit a guy. Hit him not down at his ankles, not over his head, not behind him. Hit him. And that's what I want to see. I want to see, is his accuracy improved? We know he can run the ball. He may not be the guy that everybody was hoping for, like a Lamar Jackson type that could hit the edge and go. He's more of a inside the tackle guy where he's a little bit stronger, a bigger, sturdier.
It's between Allen and Lamar, somewhere in there.
That's the type of runner he's going to be, right? He's not going to be the burner that goes 40. So if that's the case, where we're not going to run the same offenses in Baltimore, obviously, and the quarterback run isn't going to be as big a part of the game plan, you better be able to throw it. There's a reason Kyle Shanahan wanted Kirk Cousins. There's a reason he wanted him, because he can be accurate with the football. I still don't get it, to be honest with you. I'm watching the quarterback show on Netflix. Seems like a really cool guy, family guy, everything. I'd probably love being a teammate of Kirk Cousins. I still don't get the fascination, but again, I didn't coach him when he was in Washington. But he is a good quarterback.
He fits the Shanahan style, doesn't he?
Yeah, nobody could doubt that. Yes.
If I look at the Niner offense and you put Kirk Cousins here, you telling me you don't think he could have done what Brock did last year?
Yes,
like I do, and maybe at a higher level, because I think that's it. Is that this? Which is why the Trey thing was always so funny, right? Is they use, and it's when everybody who goes, well, they've put so much, invested so much into him. It doesn't matter. They went out the next year and drafted a guy in the 7th round and are saying he's the starter. They don't care where he was drafted. It's about who's playing. The Shanahans drafted, and it wasn't their pick, it was Snyder, RG3, number 2 overall, and then go draft Kirk Cousins in the same draft rounds later. They did not care about the draft picks. They just need a controllable, affordable piece there that can throw at a high percentage. It's why I do believe in the Mac Jones stuff. I do believe Kyle was just looking to reset that room because he wasn't looking for Patrick Mahomes. He was looking for a guy that fit his offense. And if you're looking for a Kirk Cousins mold, not that Brock Purdy is that, but he's of that same ilk. He's closer to that than he is to RG3 or Trey Lance, which is the funky element here.
No doubt. But you kind of get it when you're watching Kirk Cousins. You're like, that's okay. He's a solid quarterback. No one can deny that. There's just always a but when it comes to Kirk Cousins. Yeah, he's really good, but really, I like him. He's tough. He's a leader. But there's always that but that's attached to Kirk Cousins. But you could see it. You drop him back in the pocket, he's going to hit dudes. He will hit dudes. He can recognize them. He sees and he hits them. That's what I want to see from Trey Lance. Can you do that? Because, again, that is your job. First and foremost, you got to be a leader. There's no doubt about it. You got to be tough. No doubt about it. You'd like to have a guy that could improvise a little bit and scramble and run a little bit. That would be great. Not a necessity, though. But what is a necessity is you better be able to deliver the football to your skill position guys when they become available. You have to. And he hasn't. He hasn't done it to an NFL level. He just hasn't. So that's what I want to see. Is he doing that? Is he a guy that we think can complete 60 5% of his passes, 64. Because, like, 60 is that's like the minimum now.
Yeah.
You see a guy at 57, you're like, oof, This isn't 78, where, like, 52% was good.
Joe Namath was completing 40% and going to the hall.
Exactly. You're like, that's not that bad. That's not that bad.
Blow a point at one, and he's in the hall.
Yeah, nobody says that anymore. It's like, now, if you're 50-something, you're like, oh, you're garbage, dude.
Terrible.
You kidding me? I mean, what was Breeze a couple years ago? Like 70-something?
Yeah.
Like 70-something. You kidding me? 77% of his passes he's completing. Like, that's just absurd. But that's the league we're in now. It is a passing league. Everything benefits the offense and benefits the passing game. So you better be able to take advantage of it. So you're measly 57, 58. That ain't cutting it anymore. Like, the baseline 60. And you better be getting up. And that's like, okay, 60, I guess we could take you. If it's 60, you better give us other things, too. You better be able to run. You better be able to scramble. You better be able to move the chains occasionally. You better be able to do other things. Because 60, when you're standing in the pocket, ain't cutting it. Like Breeze. Breeze was 70, but that's about all he did. But he did it really, really well. So dude, I want to see that during the preseason. Is he hitting guys? Is he hitting guys or is he not hitting guys? If he's not hitting guys, see ya.
Big thing, motion's different. They make a big deal of this in the offseason. I know he went to the same camp that Jalen Hurts went to a few years ago, the same quarterback camp, and that's when Jalen Hurts, by the way, we can look at his numbers, had the huge uptick in exactly what you're talking about, his completion percentage. That's what changed considerably once he went to the camp. And so Trey, remember he had sort of this big bring it back, wind it around motion, almost like a pitcher would. There was, and I never care because I don't know about football mechanics. I know that when they snap, they come straight up. And I mostly know this because one of my best friends in high school was our quarterback of the football team, was one of the best athletes in our school. Came out and played baseball because he was a freak athlete and our coach wanted him to come play. Like, yeah, he could play a little bit, but he was the herkiest, jerkiest, awkward-looking dude because he'd go to throw a baseball and he'd throw it like a football. He'd just bring it to his ear and kind of short arm it. He didn't know how to wind up. Trey now has a little bit of a shorter motion. I saw some video of it yesterday, and they were breaking it down. It definitely does look different than last year. Maybe that's a factor. Maybe that plays into the camp stuff where he can deliver more on time because he's got a more direct path to some of his skill position players. So that's
maybe. But if he can't deliver the ball any better than he has delivered the ball, the next camp he'll be going to is George Kittle's.
What, tight end camp?
Yeah.
It'll be him and Tebow out there.
Him and Tebow will be there. It's Tebow time.
We'll be buying a hockey team in Tahoe. That'll be his next move. By the way, Drew Brees, you mentioned the 70%. You said, didn't he have that a couple of years ago? Yeah, a couple of years ago. And the year before that, and before that, and before that, and before that. He ended his career, Drew Brees, with 5 straight years over 70% completion. Really? And he'd also previously done it 2 other times. 7 times in his career. He's like Bonds. If you look at his Football Reference page, led the league in like yards per game. He's going 70%, 72. Dude, in 2018, 74.4.
70.
The next year, 74.3. And then 70.5 to wrap up his career.
That's just dumb. 74. 3 out of 4 of your passes are completions.
But he's like a big man with the field goal percentage. 74.5, but like under 3,000 yards passing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, come on. Well, they were winning games. So we'll get a little bit deeper on this, too. We got to still talk more about the Trey and Brock stuff. I want to ask you this, because we're thinking about Brock, and maybe it's not a big deal because Kyle doesn't care much about the work in the games themselves. It's about the practice. According to Matt Mayoko, who we're going to catch up with at 3:50, Brock can start throwing, what was the date? The 21st of August? Is that right, Derek? He's already started throwing. He'll be cleared to play and practice on the 21st. Final preseason game is August the 24th. That Friday. So the theory is he won't play in a preseason game, right? So is there a scenario where Trey starts any games over Brock not due to injury, just by ability? Can he play his way into a start early in the season, Trey Lance? And by that question, or sort of piling onto that, over-under on Brock's number of games started for this year, I'm going to set it at 13.5. We'll talk about that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's Tebow time!
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a great opportunity to be in that room. You know, your opportunity may not come on opening day. It may. But, you know, look at last year. 4 guys played. There's a chance it's coming. And your job is to be ready whenever your number is called. And it's a great opportunity to go out there in a great system with great players around you to really show what you can do. And that needs to be those guys' mentality. And, again, I do think that starts, obviously, with Kyle at the top. And he's shown that he can do that, right? That there can be. I've been a part of some great quarterback rooms. You know, I get too much credit oftentimes for mentoring, you know, a young kid named Patrick Mahomes. And
whatever happened to that guy?
Yeah, and it's no different, right, with Andy. It was just, we all knew the deal, and we were on the same page, and there was a mutual respect between everybody. And it can work.
That's former 49er quarterback Alex Smith talking to Matt Mayoko on his podcast. That was when they were up in Tahoe a couple of weekends ago and talking about the development of some of these young guys. The Patrick Mahomes one is funny. When I think back on that, I was thinking about it earlier as we talked about Trey Lance and finally getting the opportunity once we thought Jimmy was gone and there was nobody behind him last year. And that's really what we meant, I guess, by pressure, right? It's relative to what he faced last year. This year he comes in not with tons of expectation because he's not the starter. However, last year he went in with expectation. They were coming off an NFC Championship appearance. He had as talented of a team I think people thought last year going in. We thought last year on paper the Niners might have been the most talented team in football, and I think everybody thinks that again this year, better this year, because more of those pieces are proven. So I wonder for him, with another year under his belt, because this is another element for Trey that I think is a positive. If you're going to say he's proficient at any one thing, or he's learned any one thing, or you would say he has experience in one element of the game, it's that he has played the number 2 quarterback role before. It's actually his most experienced role in the NFL. Sitting behind Jimmy Garoppolo, waiting for somebody to get banged up and hurt, where he has to go in and take a snap. Hell, we thought they were going to use him in special packages. Remember the first touchdown pass of the season a couple of years ago was Trey down when they got to the red zone. We're like, man, Jimmy's so not good in the red zone. We got a quarterback just to do it for him. He's like a middle reliever who comes in and gets out of jams for you. Then they stopped doing that early on. But I just, in terms of where his head is, I've got more confidence in his ability to succeed this year than last year. He's got 1 game and a quarter and change more under his belt, but it's the experience of being around it. It's knowledge of the playbook. It's understanding what a season is like and what you go through and how you have to stay mentally prepared 3 years in now or in his 3rd year. If something happened to Brock, at least mentally early on, I would be confident in his ability to do something he had done before. That's where I'm at with Trey. Confidence-wise, there's no point in having it because we just don't know.
Yeah, look, we don't know about really. Well, I won't say we don't know anything, but we have a limited knowledge base when it comes to all 3 of these guys, and for all different reasons. One, Purdy has done really well in the time that he was given. He was fantastic last year, and there's no reason to suspect he can't pick up where he left off last year, but it is only half a season. So from that standpoint, you're just working with limited data because you don't have 3 years. You don't have 4 years. You have a half a year that was really good, but you don't know. So there's still, in my mind, a question when it comes to Purdy. I feel good about him, but I'm not going to say he's good. They got their quarterback for the next 5 years. I'm not willing to say that. Then it comes to Trey Lance. He just hasn't had a shot. He's been hurt. He's had limited opportunities. 2 years ago was the most opportunities he got. Started a couple games, came into a couple games. Like, he played a little bit. And again, as a young guy, you expect the games that he had. Some really good stuff, some not so good stuff. And then he just didn't get much of a shot when we thought he was going to get a shot. His one game that he started, that he played the whole game, it was a damn downpour. I was there. Yeah. There was like not much you could do. The second half was just playing in a pond. So
Dante Pettis got a touchdown. That's all you need to know about that game.
Yes, exactly.
Not for the Niners either.
No, not for the Niners. No, trust me, I was not happy with that one. Like, bro, he's over there. Somebody might want to stay over there with him.
I was like, who's he throwing that ball to?
Oh, no. Yeah. Oh,
where's he throwing
I
it?
saw it.
Yeah.
I was there, so I saw it. I was like, oh, what are we doing? Somebody's got to stay over there. Oh, God, that hurt. So anyway, we have, even though he's had more years, we have less data on him than we do on Purdy. So, but Purdy's was good. Trey's has been, we don't really even know. So he could be good. He could be. I don't know. I'd love for him to get a chance and see what he could be, but I don't know that's going to happen unless Purdy spits the bit. Then it comes to Darnold. Darnold's the one we have the most data on. Like, and we've seen him, and it hasn't been great. Everybody remembers the I'm seeing ghost. I think that gets a little bit overplayed, but here's what we don't know. I'll say here's what I don't know. Playing for the Jets and playing for the Panthers, how much does that negatively impact what we saw on the field? He's supposed to raise the level of those teams based on his talent when he was that young. I don't know. That's why for him, I'm excited to see him too under Shanahan. Like, he was drafted 3rd overall for a reason.
We're the only guys. It's us and Papa, dude. Just me, you, and Papa sitting on the banana boat with Sam Darnold. Because everybody else is like, you guys are nuts. I'm like, dude, I am intrigued by a young, talented quarterback who was.
I don't know why they think we're nuts.
Adam Gase. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like that guy
exactly.
lost multiple jobs.
He wouldn't get any help. Like, he was getting.
Remember that guy's eyes? You want to take calls from him?
No, I don't want to do. I don't do anything with him. I don't want him in my neighborhood at all.
Shout out Paulie Mack's Eyes of Adam Gase set to Eyes Without a Face.
Well, yeah, I'm excited to see what he can look like, because I'm not one of those guys that says, "Oh, we've seen enough of him; he's garbage." I mean, with a quarterback, you always have to consider the surroundings, the coaching staff, the team. It's not just, hey, go in there and switch. This isn't basketball, where LeBron goes somewhere and all of a sudden they're a good team. This is not that. Basketball is the one sport where you put like one great player in a team, it can change the fortunes of that team. Maybe not to a championship, but you can get started heading in that direction. Football doesn't work. Even the quarterback. Baseball, it doesn't work. Hockey doesn't work. I mean, basketball is the one sport. So if you're going to say, for a young guy coming into New York, which is tough enough even for a seasoned veteran, but for a guy coming to New York as a young guy and saying, okay, here, get it done, change it. I mean, I can't hold that against him too much. I mean, he's got to take responsibility for a lot of it, but and then he goes to Carolina. No. I want to see what one of the brightest offensive minds in the game does with this guy. I really do. We've seen him do it with lesser guys. I mean, hell, Nick Mullins looked pretty good here, and we all know he's much more talented than Nick Mullins. So, I don't know. Has he been beaten up too much, or is he like, God, this is amazing. I finally made it to the NFL. After all these years, I finally feel like I'm in the NFL. Yeah. With a guy that knows what the hell he's doing, surrounded by, I mean, look at the talent I'm surrounded by. It's incredible. It is incredible. So, no, I'm definitely in the camp with you guys that I'm excited to see him play, and I think he can play, and it wouldn't surprise me if he played well. It really would not.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by it. I think it's a good insurance policy. I mean, had they entered the season last year and not brought Jimmy back, you're going in with Trey, Nate Sudfeld, and then Brock Purdy. And I can't imagine any of last season goes the same way because it's just a different dynamic. Jimmy started a handful of games for you and was pretty good, except for that one in Denver where he, just like riding a bike, he said, against Seattle. And afterwards he's like, hey, man, I'm still getting my feet wet here. I'm still getting used to this this football field thing. What's best case scenario this year for Brock? Is it a complete season or plays almost a full campaign, healthy, and then we know that he's the quarterback going forward? Is that best case scenario for him?
Yes. Get to the playoffs and
establish.
And exactly. Establish who you are. And I think if you do that, then you're good to go. And obviously healthy, but I really believe that it's just there's no reason if you're a competent quarterback you shouldn't make the playoffs with this team. This team is loaded, and it's football, so health always going to play a factor in that. But this is a loaded team. It may be the most loaded team. I think the only one that could compete with them is the Eagles as far as overall roster composition. If you want to pick out like the top players on each team, you probably have to go with the Chiefs. You got Mahomes, you got Kelsey, you got Jones. I mean, you got some incredible players on that team.
Niners are more balanced on both sides, I think.
They are. No, there's no doubt. Again, I think it's them and the Eagles are the two teams that are like you look, and maybe it's got to be the Niners now because the Eagles,
Hargrave's
when
here.
they lose, Hargrave, they lost, I think they lost their safeties. They lost a lot in their defensive secondary. So, I mean, they're loaded on offense. There's no doubt about that. But I think they're not, yeah. So, if you're competent, you're going to make the playoffs with how good this team is. Again, barring injuries, you never know what happens. It's football. So, but yeah, healthy, play, continue to progress, a little bit from where you were last year and just get a little bit better, and lead this into the playoffs. And I think if he does that, then you're looking at the end of next year saying, Purdy's the man. They're good. They're good at quarterback. They don't even need a quarterback. They don't need to look at another quarterback. They need depth, and that's it. But this could be the last year, and I'm not even saying he's going to be challenged this year because I think he is the starter when he's healthy. But, has a few bad games. It's not like he's been here 5 years and Shanahan's going to say, just ride it out. I don't think that's the case at all. But if he gets through this year and plays well and they get to the playoffs, then I think, at least for the foreseeable future, the Niners will say, we got our guy.
Okay,
we're good at quarterback.
Let's say that happened. You check that box. So then Trey, let's say he plays well in camp. Let's say Brock gets cleared and he's all good to go and he's been in practice and they're like, we're fine with him going week 1 because we're going to run the ball 300 times anyway. He can start week 1 and then Trey will be the backup and then Darnold will be either I imagine they'll keep a third. I think they brought him to be the insurance guy, whether or not he dresses for games. We'll see what they do and what happens in spring. But let's say Brock is healthy and he's ready to go and plays the entirety of the season. What's best case scenario for Trey? Is it that he stays healthy, Kyle praises his practice, he looks good, and they can move on and say, hey, maybe we'll just go with Darnold as a backup, and we've got our guy in Brock? Because if you have your guy in Brock, you may as well dangle Trey Lance to somebody. But I wonder if – I guess what I'm getting at is there's no point in doing that before the end of this year, right? You've got to get through this year with Trey. Is that where you're at? Or would you move him if you felt confident before the season?
Well, I mean, the best case for Trey Lance, he plays really well in camp. Practices look clean. The motion's cleaned up. He's hitting guys in stride, making the right reads. Looks good in the preseason game, but really looks good in practice. And then Brock Purdy coming to practice one day steps in a gopher hole and sprains his femur, so he can't play for like 3 months. That's best case for Trey Lance. That may be a little overboard,
right?
But he needs it. Like he needs an opportunity to play. I know. Look, I'm sorry. I don't speak things into existence. Okay, that's like voodoo stuff, and I don't believe in voodoo. Just don't make a doll though, just in case. So
the cardboard cutout, we poke it. Yeah.
I think best case for him is best case is he plays on a winning team. He plays well, gets an opportunity or two because we know Brock's a quarterback. Even if he's like the starter, these guys get dinged up, right? So when you do get your opportunity, you play well. And even if Brock continues to flourish and do what he does, then other teams look at you and say, you know what? We like this guy. We think this guy can play. And somebody gives you a chance to actually come in and be the guy. That's best case scenario. Because I don't think if Brock plays well, he's going to get a chance here. Because Brock has a leg up on him. Brock's going to be the starter. And if he plays well, there's no reason. And the team plays well, there's no reason to take him out. So you're not going to get an opportunity here. But if you keep going, you'll get an opportunity eventually. Again, who plays? I'd have to go back last year. Who plays 17 games? They don't do that anymore. So you will get an opportunity at some point.
I think McCaffrey played all of them. Are you saying quarterbacks?
No, quarterbacks. I'm talking. Yeah, quarterbacks.
I'm
not
sure
a lot of
did.
them. Not a lot. Yeah, not a lot. So when you get your opportunity, capitalize on it, and put that on film, as they say, and other teams can look at you and say he's made progress. Look at his throwing motion. Look at his footwork. Look at his decision making. Look at his accuracy. All those things, they could look at him and go, okay, I like that. I like that kind of party. I could get involved in that. We could have him play. He could play here. He could play for us. Because if Purdy plays well, then you don't have a future here,
right?
As a quarterback, Purdy's a starting quarterback, and he's going to be the starting quarterback until who knows when. But that's the best you can hope for, is just play hard. And I've always said this when it comes to athletes, like the best you can do is the best you can do. Like if you put yourself in a great position to succeed, and you play as well as you can, good things are gonna happen. Like I'll give you for instance, when I played my last year with the Warriors, I knew that I had a bad year the last year. It wasn't a great summer for me. It was my third year, and Nelly asked me if I'd play summer league, and I said yeah, because I knew I needed to. Usually third year guys don't play summer league. It may have been my fourth year actually. I go, yeah, I'll play summer league. So I played, got in great shape. Ran all the time, lifted some, went to the gym and shot, and just worked out. Just got myself in really good shape. So when it came time for summer league, I was like, whatever happens, I'm good. That's fine. I feel like I played well. I put myself in a position to succeed. And I thought I played well in summer league. I got cut. They wanted to go smaller. That's when they went with Mr. Jennings. Love Mr. Jennings. Couldn't be mad at him. That's when Nelly came walking up he didn't cut me in the office.
He came to your house, right?
Cut me at my house.
I don't know if that's better or worse. He's like, you know what, Tom? Just stay there.
Yeah, I think it's a little better, actually.
He came to the door. He's like, don't do that. Don't come outside.
But you could see him walking up to the door because Laura and I were in the kitchen at the time. I was like, oops.
Start ducking under the window.
I go, this isn't going to be good.
All right, get down.
So he cut me. But 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, I got picked up by the Magic and had a really good year. I started like 48 games for him that year.
Nice.
And had a really good year that year, all because I put in the work during the offseason, and I just felt like, look, just give yourself the opportunity to be as good as you can be next year. And I did that. So I think that's where Trey Lance has to be. Just like give yourself that opportunity to be as good as you can be. And it may not happen here with the 49ers. It may not. But that's okay because there are 32 teams in the league.
You're playing for everybody.
And everybody needs, not everybody, but a lot of teams need quarterbacks. There's never enough quarterbacks to go around for everybody. So if you put yourself in that frame of mind that, look, this is my job, I'm going to give it my all, bust my ass. It doesn't have to be here. I just wanted to be in this league. You almost have to look at it as the NFL is like one big league, right? It's one big company, and there are 32 different departments. Like, okay, I may not make it in this department, but I go to another department. That's fine. I'm still in the NFL. So you can't look at it as, oh, it's got to be with the 49ers. What a disappointment it would be if it wasn't. They drafted me. Forget that. Think about yourself. Put yourself in a good position, good frame of mind, that I'm going to do the best I can while I'm here. And if it doesn't, if it doesn't happen here, it'll happen somewhere else. And then you got to be okay with it. It might not happen. Maybe I'm not good enough, but make sure you give yourself every opportunity, because what happens is if you're not playing well and you didn't do that, that's when you'll be like, God, I should have worked out harder during the summer. Or I really should have worked on my footwork, or I knew I should have done this, or I should have done. That you have to take care of before the season started. And that offseason, I took care of that before camp. I gave myself every opportunity to be successful, and I was that year.
That's why guys go do these work. That's why guys like Brock go down and Trey goes to the throwing camp and all that stuff. I mean, that's exactly what
because you can drop
happens.
it mentally.
Right.
You want to be able to drop that mentally when it comes to playing. Like, I've done everything. I have no regrets about what I did during the offseason. Whatever happens, I'm good with it because I couldn't have done any more. When you could have done more, that's when you start thinking, God dang it, I really screwed this up. If you do everything, you're good with it. I'm not good enough. Well, then I gave it every opportunity, and now maybe I'll try to go back to the drawing board and figure it out. But I gave myself every opportunity. No, he's not. No doubt.
He was hurt, so this is why it's so intriguing. Yeah, because
but if he gives himself every opportunity, I think he has a chance to be successful. But with one caveat, you still got to be able to complete passes, and sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. It's not all about the motion and the quarterback camps. It's just some guys can do it, some guys can't. Like some guys can hit, some guys can't. You can go to a camp and then give you the mechanics, then you get elbow up, hands down, whatever. Some guys can just do it, some guys can't. Some
it's
guys
a make or miss league.
Yeah, some guys synapses fire differently. They can see things a little bit differently. if everybody could do it, we could all learn to do it. Hey, let's all go to a quarterback camp. Well, then we'd all be the same, but we're not. So maybe he can do it, maybe he can't. But again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. I want to see him complete balls. I want to see him complete passes because ultimately he can be as ready as he can. He can put himself in the best frame of mind possible. If he can't complete balls consistently, none of that stuff matters. None of it matters.
The camp Jalen Hurts and Trey went to, Jalen went 52% to 61.3 to 66.5.
Yeah,
that's what we're looking for from Trey. So that would be best case for Brock and best case for Trey.
69.
Worst case would be they all stink, and Kirk Cousins is your week one starter next year. Matt Mayoko.
You like that?
No, I'm not sure I do. What's the latest on Brock's injury, the progress? All of this is going to hinge on that. We'll get the update from Matt Mayoko next on the Sports Leader. Susan Slusser joined Papa and Lund today and discussed if the Giants need to add more offense at the trade deadline after their tumultuous road trip. Check out that podcast trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. A new week with my good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, I know we've talked about it tons. People still have questions. I don't know if it's getting through. Explain the ERC to the people.
ERC, this is where the federal government is giving, and it's not a loan, they're giving employers up to $26,000 for every employee they had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. And you say, well, what do I have to do to qualify? There's two different ways. And it's come to my attention with a lot of CPAs I've spoken to that a lot of them are only doing one method. It's the easy method. That's the mathematical method. And if your gross revenue didn't drop a certain amount, so that's it, no ERC for you. That's only one of two methods. Either method will do. The other method is facts and circumstances, and it requires analysis, legal analysis. This is what lawyers like to do. CPAs like numbers. Bottom line is, if your CPA told you don't qualify because your gross revenue didn't go down enough, call us for a free consultation. Think of us like a medical doctor getting a second opinion. And a lot of times, people that don't qualify or the dropping gross revenue method qualify under the subjective method, the facts and circumstances method, and you may be entitled to a lot of money.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve take care before you get that second opinion, just like at a doctor's office. Thanks so much, Steve. Give him a call, 1-88-TAX-DEALER. Check him out online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
When the guy's not at press conferences, on the sideline, or in the locker room, he's with us on KNBR. Here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by UCSF Health, redefining health.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, time to continue on with our 49er talk as we get ready for camp. That's unbelievable. It really is. It always, you know it's coming, just sneaks up on you. These seasons just keep on rolling by. So to help us get ready for camp, Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area. Always fun to talk and check in with Matt. What's going on, Mr. Mayoko?
Nothing too much, Tom. I know we ended last week with me being goofy and not telling you any rules changes from the NFL. And frankly, there are no real rule changes. Just to continue, for those who were listening last Monday evening, I guess and I'm finally giving you a straight answer. Yeah. The only real rules change really is the addition of the third quarterback, which I don't know will have any real impact. It's you have to keep the third quarterback on the 53-man roster, and then that player can dress, but he can only play if the first two guys are injured. So there's my straight answer.
You went with like a Dallas type cliffhanger, except there was no cliffhanger.
Yeah. Yeah, you basically hung up on me last week when I gave you a bunch of
erroneous. You did not get hung up on. You were like Snaggletooth. You were like Heavens to Murgatroyd, stage left.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you took off. You did your own thing. You were out of there.
I did do my own thing. Sometimes you got to do your own thing in life.
Yes, I totally agree with you there. What are your thoughts on Sam Darnold? Because I was talking about all the quarterbacks each having something to prove, some more than others, for various reasons. Purdy, because he only played 8 games. Lance hasn't played. And Darnold, basically because who he's played for. I still don't really think I know enough about Darnold, but Copes and I are both excited to see what he can do under Kyle. Like, he's going to have a real team for the first time, a real coach for the first time.
It's a real boy.
Not a real coach, but a real play caller. Like, what do you think? Because I think he may surprise. I don't think I'll be too surprised, but he may surprise some people this year because he may look like a different quarterback altogether.
He might. The question is, will he ever get on the field to show it? Because I have an inkling that in practices he's going to really stand out. And he's one of those guys. There are a few guys that I've covered through the years who are really good in practices, and some of those guys carry it over to games. Some guys don't. And gosh, the one guy that really comes to mind was Brian Hoyer, his first training camp with the 49ers. He looked so good. And actually, Blaine Gabbert was kind of this way too. In practices, in training camp, the certain guys really look good, and then something just whatever. I don't know what, but it just doesn't click in games. And some guys are the opposite, where you watch them in practice and you go, yeah, boy, I don't know about that guy. And then he gets into a game and then he just lights it up. I think Sam Darnold my guess is he's probably going to get a lot of compliments, and there'll be a lot of, oh boy, Sam Darnold, you should have seen him at practice today. He was throwing it around and he looked great. The question for him, and there's never been any questions about the physical tools that he has, the arm, his mobility, none of that. But just at the NFL level, it just hasn't clicked in games. And he has greatly above average NFL skills for a quarterback, but let's face it, his production in 55 starts has been probably greatly below average.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting, because I haven't heard anybody I've talked to. Frank Gore, the first thing I saw when I saw Frank Gore, the first thing he said after, there's probably, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks, a month after they signed Sam Darnold, he was raving about Darnold. He said, he's going to he'll impress you. He thought he was a really good player,
but just that things weren't set up for him to succeed with the Jets when they were teammates. And Steve Young told me the same thing last week as far as when Sam Darnold went to the Panthers. It just wasn't at all set up for him. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens because, and I don't even really know that preseason games mean much because teams aren't game planning for you. The defenses generally are pretty vanilla. And so, going from practice and those joint practices with the Raiders, I think will be pretty telling. But I really don't know that there's much of a difference going from practice to preseason games. But then the regular season is a completely different beast. My point is, though, that as good as Sam Darnold looks, and we'll take it even a step further, as good as Trey Lance looks, and none of that really matters if Brock Purdy is healthy and stays healthy and performs like he's expected to, because none of those guys will get a chance. But Sam Darnold is probably, Sam Darnold and Trey Lance, I think, are both really intriguing players just because of, their time is now. There's no more time wasting for both of those guys. And I guess Darnold probably more than anybody because he's already had 2 NFL chances. And, I'm sure he would get a third because someone's always going to sign a guy like that. But these are important camps for both of those 2 guys.
Would you say that, because to me, I know what you're saying about preseason, but for me, for Trey Lance, it's even more important because whether it's preseason, regular season, practice, I just want to see him be accurate. And that has nothing to do with game planning. That is, can you hit the guy that's open? Can you hit him in stride? Can you hit him? That means something to me. Like, whatever, all the other stuff. But I don't know. Does it mean anything to you? Because that's the one thing we still don't know. Can he do what the number one job of a quarterback is to do, deliver the ball from the pocket accurately?
Yeah, you know what? That is a great point. It means a lot. It means a lot to anybody watching, but it also means a lot to teams around the league who might still need a backup quarterback, or maybe even they're not sold on their starter and they're looking to the future or whatever, because that's going to be a very interesting competition. The 49ers went out and got Sam Darnold for a reason, and they guaranteed him $3.5 million for a reason. So they like him. They like him a lot. And, based on everything I heard and saw this offseason, they feel like Trey Lance is in the best spot that he's been since he's been in the NFL. Well, what happens if Brock Purdy, is cleared to go and he is the guy that we saw through those 8 games at the end of last season? In other words, what happens if Brock Purdy takes that job and he stays healthy? Then you have, Sam Darnold and Trey Lance going for the backup job. Well, one of those guys is going to be the backup. One's going to be the third stringer. With Trey Lance, if he's the third stringer or it's really close and, some team comes calling, and now based on what those teams, all 32 teams, 31 other teams are seeing on film from him, and they go, okay, like in the same boat as you and me. That was one question mark they had. That's one question mark we had about Trey Lance. Can he deliver the ball accurately? Look at these changes he's made. Now he's throwing the ball accurately. We know he has the arm strength. We know he has the smarts. We know he has the athleticism and all that. Well, let's pick up the phone and call the 49ers and see what it's going to take to get him. So that's where that comes in is whoever the number 3 is, that number 3 guy potentially could be somebody the 49ers would be willing to part with if the price is right, because their number 4 guy right now is Brandon Allen, who was the number 2 guy with Cincinnati the past 3 seasons. So their number 4 guy, there's one team in the league, a team that won a lot of games those seasons. There's one team in the league that thought that the 49ers number 4 guy was good enough to be the number 2 guy behind Joe Burrow. So it's it'll be really interesting to see how that shakes out, and if that is indeed the case where a team will come calling to the 49ers, and we'll see if all those 4 guys on their current roster end up on NFL 53-man rosters this season.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, on the UMA guest line. Matt, it's that time of year. I mean, you guys start getting into it, and you and Lombardi and Cam Inman and Matt Barrows start keeping track of the stats. Do you have in front of you who the all-time leading passer is for the Niners in training camp?
Oh, well, hold on one second here. I just was recording your voice because I'm going to have this documentary. I want your voice on my documentary, like you were with the Steph Curry.
Oh, thank you, Matty. Thank you for the.
That was good.
Nice.
I perked up when I heard your voice.
I'd say that's the first time I've actually been credited publicly for that, because it wasn't at the end of the doc. So no, appreciate that, Matt. Cool, yeah.
Yeah, no. Okay, so your question is, do I know the 49ers all-time leading preseason? I don't, but I tell you what. Let me go back in my notes, and I can tell you the best passing percentages in training camp practices through the year.
That's you really do keep track of that. You guys write them down. You put them. No, I don't think you have records of them. There's no football training camp reference.
Yeah. Yeah, this site is going to blow up.
Yeah, right. We do an immaculate grid with it.
Thing, here, and I always I do it. I hate doing it, but I still do it because I don't know why I do it. I guess peer pressure. Everybody else is doing it, but it's so funny. Like, with Kyle Shanahan, and I think the way any coach is, like, the completion percentages are like, they mean absolutely nothing in the practices. It's, for every coach I've ever been around, it's the process. It's, was the decision making right? Did the ball go where it should have at the time it should have? Where were his eyes? What did he see? Because there can be plays where there's an interception, but it was because the wide receiver or the tight end ran the wrong route based on the defense, and the quarterback threw it right where he should have. So yeah, I mean, it's nothing. I would just, as a word of advice to our listeners, don't put any credence into the numbers you see in training camp, because the coaching staff could have an entirely different, interpretation of what those numbers mean.
Kind of like when a guy goes down to minor leagues off of a rehab start. It's like he might be only working on this pitch or this location or doing something specific that's not reflective of what the numbers are. In terms of Brock, the date I think we had from you was August 21st that he could potentially be cleared to start practicing, right?
Well, I think it's going to be a lot earlier than that.
What makes you say that, and what's the progress update?
Well, tomorrow, there will be some news tomorrow, because the team reports, and he will go through his physical. And, whether he's 100% or not, the team's going to have a decision to make, because if he's on PUP, the physically unable to perform list, he can't practice. And so, I mean, everything I'm hearing is that, there have been no setbacks. Things seem to be going very well. So the team has to make a determination whether to place him on PUP and have him just continue to go through his throwing program behind the scenes, much like Jimmy Garoppolo was doing last year, or to clear him to practice, which probably wouldn't mean full-on practice, like ripping the ball, 22 yards down the field outside the numbers, but at least being able to go through the process of practicing, doing all this stuff in the run game as well as some of the stuff in the passing game. So it's what I'm hearing, what I expect to happen is, if Brock Purdy is not, or let's put it this way, if he is on PUP tomorrow, he might not be there for very long. So I would fully expect him to be cleared off of PUP well before that date you just said. But if we're looking at the August 31 or 30, was it August 21st date? That would be 3 months or 12 weeks following his the first time he was throwing a regulation football, and I believe that was May 29th, I believe it was the first time that he was throwing a regulation football. So I think you're going to see him on the practice field sooner than later.
Is there any position on the offense that there's going to be a battle? Any of the offensive line positions?
For a starting job?
Yeah.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think Colton McKivitz is pretty well the guy at right tackle. I think all the other spots on the offensive line are spoken for. No, I mean, I think that, obviously the two starting wide receivers are there now. That they have some wiggle room as far as how they want to work the number 3 guy. Will it be Juwan Jennings every down, every time they have 3 receivers out there? Probably not. But no, I don't see any competitions on offense for starting jobs.
Before I let you go, Matt, on the defensive side of the ball, I saw you say this last week. Are we expecting my favorite new term, are we expecting a Nick Bosa hold in?
I mean, I would say that, and I don't have any information where they are in their contract negotiations, but I would be really surprised if he doesn't show up and report tomorrow. I think his situation is different than Chris Jones's situation with Kansas City. So I do expect him to be in town. And then the other part of that is I don't necessarily expect him to step on the practice field and practice without a new contract. It's kind of been, every year it's been somebody else. It's been a big money contract every year. Every year it's come down right to this part, right before training camp or, right after the players report. What was it, 3 years ago, George Kittle, then it was Fred Warner, then it was Deebo Samuel, and this year is Nick Bosa. So I would expect the same strategy, the same kind of process to hold where Nick Bosa reports on time. I mean, he came to the mandatory minicamp last month, so I would expect him to report on time, and I don't think I would expect him to step on the practice field and practice with his teammates until he has that new contract.
I just didn't know you could get a new contract if you didn't take the team info off your Twitter account. I'm just surprised that we haven't gotten any info on that and that he may report. So exciting stuff. I mean, July 24th, we get the Niners reporting tomorrow. Practices on Wednesday, and that's an interesting thought on Brock Purdy that if he's placed on the PUP, he couldn't practice. So if he wouldn't be potentially for very long, and he could be out there maybe in a limited capacity, getting ready for the start of the season. Matt, looking forward to having you back all year long, man. Thanks so much.
All right, gentlemen. Always my pleasure. Talk to you next week.
Good stuff,
Thanks,
man.
Matt.
Great stuff from Matt Mayoko. Whoa, kind of a bomb drop in there. I said August 21st. He's like, whoa. First I thought he was going to say, much later, a setback. He's like, no, dude, he could be cleared tomorrow potentially to not be 100%, but maybe out there in a limited capacity. And that is a tough decision. We'll talk about that when we come on back. 49ers report to camp tomorrow. Matt Mayoko tells us that Brock Purdy, once he goes through his physical, could potentially be cleared to start practicing at least in a limited capacity. That would all be good news as the Niners get ready to start 2023. We'll get into what Matt had to say next, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
The Giants are on a 6-game losing streak. It included today's 5-1 loss to the Tigers. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for NorCal Honda and my Pilot, which I'll be taking up to Tahoe tomorrow. Why am I happy? Oh, so much room, great sound system, plenty of room for the bags, the beer, the gear, all good. And I'm saving at the pump. Oh, that's nice. It's summertime, and generally speaking, gas prices go up during the summertime. What do? Well, you can complain, or you can just go get yourself a Honda. Sedan to SUV, gas to electrified. Honda's got all the rides that'll save you at the pump. It's awesome. I drive a Pilot, and I feel like, luxury car. I feel like I'm driving a luxury car. Oh, except when I go to the pump. Regular gasoline. Sorry, baby. You're not getting that extra 40 cents out of me. Regular gas, it's so nice. MPGs are great. Like the Civics are legendary for great MPGs as well. The Accords, the CRVs available in hybrid versions. You get all kinds of fuel efficiency, and that's what you want. You want to stretch that buck. You want to go further on every single dollar, and Honda can help you do that. You're going to be just rolling past the gas pumps, and you're going to be hanging out with your buddies or your family. You get the Bluetooth hands-free link, the Apple CarPlay. You're going to be as safe as you can be because they got a safety suite. They got the review angle camera. They have the Honda lane sensing that alerts you when you're switching. You got to get a brake for you. It's going to help you out, right? So you got that going for you. You got safety going for you. You got room going for you. You got gadgets going for you. And, oh yeah, by the way, one of the reasons I like taking it up to Honda, it's fun to drive. A lot more fun to drive than you think it would be. And gasoline. You're saving every single pump you go to. You're going to save as much as you possibly can. So if you're going to get more car for your money, more MPG, more reliability, more style, more features, more miles, more driving fun, you got to get your car, you got to get out and get yourself to a NorCal Honda dealer immediately. The year's best lease and financing deals are happening now on every new model. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
In terms of Brock, the date I think we had from you was August 21st that he could potentially be cleared to start practicing, right?
Well, I think it's going to be a lot earlier than that.
What makes you say that, and what's the progress update?
Well, tomorrow, there will be some news tomorrow because the team reports and he will go through his physical. What I expect to happen is if Brock Purdy is not, or let's put it this way, if he is on PUP tomorrow, he might not be there for very long. So I would fully expect him to be cleared off of PUP well before that date you just said.
Tolbert and Copes, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. And your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. That was Matt Mayoko just minutes ago. That's some news for us. And that, Matt's not speaking. I don't think Matt would mind if I said Matt's not talking out of his ass here. Matt's familiar with the team. He's been the one kind of giving the updates on Brock. He was the only one, or he was the first, I think, who had that August 21st date. And he's so tied to the organization. It's been there for so long that when he says stuff that doesn't seem like it's an opinion, I try to listen a little bit harder. Yeah. And he cut me off on the 21st and said, well, I think what he's alluding to is, so here's the thing, with PUP, and I was just clarifying this with Derek, it's kind of like the injured list, like you go on the 10-day IL, or is it 15 now? I can't remember. I think it's just 10 still. But they can go retroactive to a certain day. So you could only be gone sometimes for like a week instead of the full 10 or 8 days or something like that. But with football, if you go on at the start of the year in preseason, you have to miss the first 6 weeks is what the rule is. In training camp, if you are physically unable to perform at the start of camp, you have to go on the PUP. Now, if Brock is just limited, that might be telling to us as to his availability for week 1. It might not mean anything if he's on the PUP because they could activate him at the same time and they can pull him off whenever they want. So they could put him on for a week and then say, hey, he's actually okay. Or they could be pretty intrigued or impressed by his healing process and maybe have him out there a la Jimmy Garoppolo with a playbook, though.
His healing powers.
He heals fast, this guy.
Have far surpassed anything known to mankind.
He even heals better than Jimmy.
Here at Nathan's as an ambassador.
Are you ready to drink from the volcano?
So dumb.
So good.
That's why it's funny.
It is great.
We'll see where that goes. I don't get too caught up into
all good
preseason stuff, but yeah, it'd be great if he were healthy and ready to rock and roll from the get-go.
That would be big news tomorrow.
That'd
be good.
Yeah, pretty impressive. They don't have, according to Matt, they don't have any battles on the offense. It's set. We're good. We're good.
Yeah,
we're rolling. Here we go. Let's go.
Quarterback. That wouldn't be a battle. That would be an availability, right? Because my thought would be if, let's say, Brock, they're like, we need him out one more week just for precaution. Say Trey starts week 1. I think Trey could throw for 500 yards and probably sit down week 2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it might not matter what he did week 1.
Yep.
And then Brock, there'd be question marks. Then Brock would have a little pressure on himself. But let's do that. I asked you this earlier. I was just setting these myself. I didn't see these anywhere. Right. Number of games started for each quarterback. Brock Purdy 13.5. Now I believe Kyle has only had one quarterback one time play a full season, and that was Jimmy in 19. Am I wrong on that?
All of it. No, I'm all of it under.
Oh, you're going all under 13.5 on Brock.
I got to go based on.
So somebody said Josh Johnson's going to start how many then? Like if all these guys are under, somebody's going to have to play.
I got to go. I'm going to go.
I'm going under on 13.5.
I'd go under 13.5.
Would you have at 12.5? Because originally I thought that was right there. I thought that would be too low.
I don't have to make the line. I just got to go over or under.
Okay, 13.5.
Made the line.
I like under there. Trey 3.5.
Well, no, you can't. You can't make your own line and then bet into it.
I'm not betting into it. I'm asking you. Well, I'm not taking your money. I'm just asking what you think. The juice is. You're getting a good line here, Tom. It's good juice.
Am I going Trey Lance over or under
3.5 starts?
Half.
Seems right there.
Ooh, it's close. Because what if Darnold gets a couple? I don't know. I'm gonna go under.
So you're under
that means
Purdy
I have
13 and a
Darnold
half.
over 0. I have him at least getting a start this year.
I had him at 1.5 is where I set him. Plus money probably on
you
the
just went
1.5.
way over. You just went to 18 and a half games if you add them all up. So
Well, how many did they play last year? 19?
Oh, you're counting playoffs.
No, I wasn't. I'm going on number
You're
of
just
starts.
screwing with me now. Okay.
You can have number of starts be off from 18.
Over 1.5? I don't know. No.
A tough
I
deal,
want to
maybe.
take over 0.
I would.
Over 1.5.
Over a half, I would.
I'll just go under on everybody. Let's go under on everybody.
Yeah.
Just try to win 2 out of 3.
Kirk Cousins, come on down.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
your guy. So.
You
like that? You like that? One other NFL rule we didn't mention. You guys, I heard you talking rules at the beginning. The fair catch rule, the new kickoff fair catch rule coming. You can fair catch
25.
anywhere inside a team's own 25. It'll result in a touchback with the ball placed at the 25.
Yeah, that's a college rule.
That's I
don't love that because it takes away from kickers.
Why are we kicking
who
off
can
at all?
Actually, yeah,
Just
exactly.
start with the ball at the 25. Everybody's it's gonna be fair caught like 80% of the time.
Yeah.
Like what percentage is kicked out of the back or fair caught? At this rate, it's gonna be overwhelming.
I liked it where if you worked on it, you could pop a ball up and have them catch it inside the 5-yard line. And they couldn't down it. They had to return it unless it got to the end zone.
Hang time and all that.
And I like that because you're like, okay, let's let them return it, but let's try to put it inside the 5-yard line. And there's a little bit of strategy involved to it. Now it's the college rule. Here's the thing. It drives me crazy. It really does.
This is crazy.
It is crazy, people.
This is crazy.
Is that anything... You get people that say, well, it's in the name of safety. And you can't, you try to argue that and you sound like an idiot. You come off like an idiot, because you're arguing against safety.
You're playing football.
But there's got to be something there. Yeah, I mean, there's got to be something. I get it. We're not making them play, okay? This isn't like everybody's in prison and you're playing or you die. Here, you can play football, or we're going to throw you in this vat full of sharks.
Game of Thrones.
What do you want to do?
When you play the Game of Thrones.
What do you want to do?
Yeah.
No, they're choosing to play this game. That is inherently dangerous. This isn't the 1960s or 70s where they kept stuff from the players. They kept, like tobacco, keep stuff from the people that are using your product, keep stuff from the people that are playing your product, because if they knew how dangerous it was to smoke or knew how dangerous it was to play football, they may not want to play. So let's just not give them all the information. Let's just, it's dangerous, but we're not going to tell you how dangerous. Or, smoking's not addictive. Are you kidding me? Of course it's not addictive.
It's wise to smoke them, as what doctors used to say. The old radio shows,
exactly.
Dragnet. It's wise to smoke Fatima cigarettes.
But we know now.
Really, is it?
Is there anybody that's walking around that goes, boy, they didn't tell me all I needed to know about football. Is that dangerous? Yeah, we know. I mean, we know it's dangerous now. We know you can get severe head trauma. We know what CTE now. Do we know all the effects of CTE? No. We don't know that. But you at least have a good working base, right? You're not walking into this blind.
There's a cause and effect.
Yeah, we
eat
know.
a lot of sugar, there's a type 2 coming,
we maybe they didn't know in the 60s and 70s. I'm sure everybody knew football was dangerous. You always knew that, but you didn't know the CTE. You didn't know the cumulative effects. You didn't know a lot of the stuff.
Tough guy mentality behind the scenes.
Exactly.
If I'm just going to get back out there and fight for my guys, was different.
we didn't have an independent physician on the sidelines making sure that if you're wobbly back then, it was like smelling salt, get him back out there, he's good to go.
There's James Woods, shoot him up, right?
Yeah, now we know better. For the most part, but players know. So we're not at least I don't think the NFL is keeping as much stuff anyway from them. They have a good idea of what this sport's all about and the inherent dangers that come with it. If we're gonna make it super 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 safe, let's just play flag and patty cake then. I mean, let's not tackle at all, because guess what? If you don't tackle at all, that's super safe. That's really safe.
That's soccer.
If you don't, if you don't tackle, that's so safe. It's a lot safer in tackling. But that's not the sport of football. So at some point,
abstinence. That's how you stay not pregnant.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. What do we want? Do we want football or do we not want football? Because right now, and I still watch it, I still love it, but we're getting to that point now where it's let's try to make it as much like football as possible, but not really kind of like football, kind of like Coke Zero. You know, it's as soon as you taste Coke Zero or any variation,
You
of
know
Coke,
it's not Coca-Cola.
You know it's not Coke.
You know it's
And when
close,
you're watching
but it's
football,
not.
yeah, exactly. You're watching football now. You're like, yeah, it's still good. I like it, but it's not football. It's not like football that I grew up watching. And then you run into people like all the critics. Oh yeah, but it's so much safer now. But I get it. It is safer. But is that the point? Has anybody said that's the point of football, to be safe? Let's be safe. Like, no, you're supposed to kill people out there. You're supposed to hammer people out there. You're supposed to hurt people out there.
The gridiron.
It'd be like boxing with 20-ounce gloves. Like, yeah, we still want to box. We want to make it safe. We don't want people to get concussions and die in the ring. And well, yeah, but then it's not boxing anymore, is it? And they're the ones that chose to do this. So are we supposed to stop people from doing this? We're going to do it, but we want to make it super safe. Well, guess what? Use your 20-ounce gloves. No one's watching.
Nope.
No one's going to care anymore. I mean, people like it. People don't want to hear this, but that's how we are wired. We like violence. We enjoy that kind of stuff. Forever, we've enjoyed that kind of stuff.
I mean, you go,
we still enjoy that type of stuff. We don't have animals eat people anymore, okay? We're not killing people at the Coliseum anymore. We have come a long way since way back when you actually saw. Can you imagine seeing a beheading right now? Like,
would you go to
contest?
those? Would you back
Yeah.
then? I probably
No.
would. You gather around.
Well, I mean, back then I probably would.
Like Red Zone. Do you get Scott Hansen out there, dude? He's like,
Yeah,
we'll take you live over to the quad in front of the castle where this guy
go to the
stole a loaf of bread.
Where the Terminator is destroying a slave that doesn't want to be out there. See, that's the problem. Those guys didn't want to be out there.
Nah, that's the issue.
It wasn't like they go, oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. I could die. Yeah, I'm good. You take
Got a
care of my
3-year
family?
deal. A 3-year deal with a fourth team option.
Trust me. They were never going to pay off on that.
It's a 3-day deal. You weren't making it's an
You're good
ADC
to
cut.
go.
Yeah, you're sitting you down.
But
You're not
now
making
everybody signs up for this stuff. You sign up for MMA. You sign up for boxing. You know the deal. It's like that. That's what it is. So, and I know I've kind of rambled a little bit, but it goes back to the kickoff. It's dangerous. Yeah, it's kickoff. I mean, we never did it anyway. How many times did a guy return a kick? Most guys kneeled anyway. They didn't care. Like, whatever, we're going to kneel. Some teams took it out. Some players took it out a little bit more than others. And it was really exciting. Tell me they weren't excited last year when Nyheim Hines returned 2 in Buffalo.
That was wild.
I mean, that was incredible. Now, he will not be returning 2 this year, or any for that matter, because he was on a jet ski and got hit by another jet ski.
No way.
How do you get hit by a jet ski? It's not like those things sneak up on you.
Didn't get
You're
his
on
boating
water.
license, probably. You know,
You're on water. It's flat. I mean, it's not like you turn a corner all of a sudden, like run into somebody, or there's shrubs that are lining the pathways of the water. Like, oh God! Where'd you come from?
it's probably not knowing who has the right of way. It's usually why it happens. Like,
No, they said he was sitting there. They said he was still.
He was
just sitting
still?
he was just sitting on his jet ski, and somebody ran into him.
Oh, he got hit. It wasn't him.
Yes,
Okay.
he got hit. No, it wasn't him. He got hit. How do you hit
Jeez.
somebody that's just sitting still?
Was he okay?
I think
he's not returning
surgery.
kicks?
I think his leg.
Dude, he tore his
was
ACL.
buffed. Yeah.
No way.
So yeah,
and it
yeah,
wasn't
he's
on the
out.
turf at MetLife.
Yeah, he's out.
It was on the
He's out.
water. He was sitting on a
Done.
jet ski. Time out for the year, coach.
Bro, you just
Jeez.
came out of nowhere.
What a-
Incredible.
What a bummer, dude.
I'm gonna guess. This is just a guess. I haven't read anything about it. I will guess there was liquor involved. Probably involved.
I don't want to
somehow,
project.
some
I don't
way.
want to assume.
I don't want to. I don't want to assume either. But I'm going to say that's a strong favorite, maybe minus 160. We'll see how it plays out. But that was exciting. 2 in a game. Not that you ever see that, but that's why it was cool. That's why kickoffs are fun, because you don't see kickoff returns very often.
Yep.
And when they happen without a flag, that's the worst part about kickoffs now. Oh, I busted it. And you go, was there a flag? You can't even enjoy it. Was there a flag?
There should be no
Was there a
flags on
flag?
kickoffs for holding. That shouldn't be a thing. That's how you
Let
get
him
it back.
go.
You start
Just
them
let 'em go.
because doesn't the XFL I think do the thing where they're like right in front of each other, so there's not a bunch of running towards each other at once. So at least you still get the kickoff and you get more
Yeah.
returns. So
Yeah, I
there's
think you're right.
There's a way to fix it, and we will do just that, Tom. We'll figure out the right way.
I don't want to fix it. I want guys getting maimed. Let's go. And I want my old-time football back, Copes.
Old time football like Edie Shore. All right, on the
Sure.
on the other side when we come back,
And on the foil.
old time football.
Old-time football.
Like
Let's
Crazy
go.
Legs Hirsch. On the other
That's
side,
right.
your soup
Red
du jour.
Grange.
Not your soup, your sound soiree. We got sound from the weekend in sports coming your way. You ready to get pissed off at Deshaun Watson? Because you will. That's next on the Sports Leader.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Monday, July 24th, 2023. Happy birthday, Barry Bonds. I think that's where we'll start, Tom.
Sure.
Happy birthday, Barry Bonds. 20 years ago today, I was at, I want to say I was out in Golden Gate Park. You remember when they used to do, they might still do a Comedy Day in San Francisco?
I heard of it.
It's like a big outdoor picnic, and it's a big stage. They started like Debbie Durst and Will Durst. And my dad used to do it. Robin Williams was there every year. Jason Alexander.
Durst, you dirty dog. Do you remember that?
No. Which one? Is it a Will? Is it a Will bit? Was Will on there?
You don't remember Durst on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
No, I don't. Did he do a celeb edition?
I don't know if we have the sound of it. No, he had a buddy that was on there, and he called Durst as a
dude. He was wrong, right?
He was wrong, and he goes, "You sure about that?" He goes, "Yes." And
he was wrong.
It was who directed Michael Jackson's Thriller video, and the guy goes, "Okay," and it was for like 500.
I do remember this, and you know why I remember? You know who the backup was for the Lifeline?
Who's that?
My dad.
No way.
Whoever the guy was, he was because my dad, Will Durst.
Did your dad know the answer to that one?
No, my dad always says, I just said the exact same thing Will did.
Oh.
He always goes, dude, I was absolutely sure. He and my mom have talked about that. Yeah, now that you bring that up, I do remember. That would have been like early on, like 2001
Durst,
maybe.
Dirty
2001. Durst, yeah, dude.
I felt bad for her.
That's hysterical.
But then again, if you're not 100, if you better be 100% if you're gonna get it right. Like if you're gonna tell him, you better be for sure.
I'd be like, you picked me as your lifeline. It's on you.
Yeah, look, I don't want to be a lifeline. I'd be like, bro, I have no clue. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's tough, dude. Ask the audience. You go with them. You're like, these idiots. You know what I mean? I pick D. 20 years ago.
You always got to pick the audience early.
You do it early, yeah, because they're dumb or late on.
Do not trust them late. You got to use them in the first, before you get to that 32 grand. They're good there.
Yeah.
Anything after 32 grand, hell no, I ain't trusting them.
I might just throw it away. Like I could be at the end and have that as a lifeline and be like, I don't know, and I'm just gonna walk. It's not even worth using it once you get to
I'd
like
look
the
out in
64.
the audience, kind of look them over real slowly, and then just go, nah, I'm gonna throw that one away. I don't want to use that one.
20 years ago, I was at that a comedy day, hanging out there, and then I got hot.
Okay.
My mom and I went to the car to listen to the Giants game, see what was going on. Barry did this against the Diamondbacks. He throws out Craig Counsell to save the Giants at the top of the ninth. Then he comes up July 24th, 2003, and he launches one. Here's Barry Bonds on his birthday.
Slider grounded into the hole and past the diving Perez. Base hit to left. Counsell is heading home. Here comes Bonds' throw. It's there. The tag. He is out at the plate. Bonds on his birthday with a perfect one-hop throw to the plate. And Torrealba snuck the left foot out, blocked him off the plate, and tagged him out. The Submariner delivers, and Bonds swings. A drive deep into left center. Way back there. The ball game is over. Barry Bonds throws out the go-ahead run at the plate, and moments later, he launches one. Goodbye. Happy birthday, Barry Bonds.
It was like a full crowd at the time. It was still Pac Bell Park in 2003, right? That was an incredible. The thing about Bonds is I don't even remember. I don't know if there's another highlight we have of him throwing somebody out at the plate once they moved to this ballpark. I'm sure it happened, but that was a hell of a throw. He wasn't known for that. He kind of had a weak arm, but it was a quick release, is what they said about Barry.
Yeah, it was a lot better than the Sid Bream throw.
The one the one that knocked him out of the playoffs.
That was the Braves
up the left field line. That was up the third base line.
Couldn't quite get Sid.
Yeah. Barry came up. He heaved hard on that, too. I was like, Barry. That's tough, man.
I mean, look, it's so funny. He didn't have a great arm, but god dang. I mean, what do you want from this guy? I mean, literally everything else, he was like a 9 or a 10. His ability to he won a whole bunch of gold gloves because he got to the ball quick and he got rid of it quick. And then we all know about his speed and power and all that stuff. I mean, very few guys have literally everything. That's just the one thing he didn't have. Trot doesn't have a great arm. He's a guy that doesn't have a great arm.
He'll be a left fielder,
everything else
really.
good. Yeah, probably. I think they wanted to play him left field when Marsh was there. He's like, nah, I don't play. What are you going to tell Mike Trout? No, you can't play center. Okay.
He's like, I can't play at all. I'm hurt.
Yeah. You can no hamate bone. Got to have a hamate bone. Got to have a hamate bone to play center, I think. So maybe they can run that one by him.
Happy birthday, Barry Bonds!
Do we want to play you? You don't have a hamate bone.
Sorry, it's in your contract. No hamate, no at bats.
No hamate, no center. Sorry.
Moving on here in the sound soiree. Let's drop down. I'm not even going to play the Deshaun because he sucks. He basically just didn't feel bad at all. Doesn't regret it. He's like talking about his hardships and getting to the league and really just like the no regrets thing. And I tweeted out the video this morning. I said, Tom, I don't usually root for injury. Usually.
It's okay to root for it occasionally. Yeah.
I hope he goes down hard. I hope he rolls that ankle, dude.
I agree. I'm with you.
I hope so.
You won't be the only one there.
Nah, I'll be applauding too. Screw that
Absolutely.
guy. Screw you, Deshaun Watson. SOB. All right, Colin Cowherd, casual baseball fan, is what Derek writes. This is great, dude.
That is correct.
Did you say casual seems like an overstatement? I think it
might be.
I don't think he knows anything about baseball at all whatsoever. Colin Cowherd. He discusses what the Angels should be asking for in exchange for Shohei Ohtani. Tough deal, Colin.
Do you know how much you could get for Ohtani? I'm guessing. I'm a casual. 5 first-round picks, your best prospect, your third best prospect, and 2 solid starters.
Well, given how poorly the Angels have done in the draft recently, I would rather just take best prospects. Like, give me your best 3 guys in the farm system, Yankees. Give them to me now. Ohtani's yours.
Yeah, I'll pass on the draft picks.
You're not going to take any draft picks?
I guess I would take a couple picks, but I want immediate prospects that are going to help me now.
These guys.
All right, 3 best prospects, 3 number 1 picks. Would you move him?
I would certainly, yeah. I mean, but I'm like you. I want to win. It's in my
you can't trade. It says here you can't trade draft picks. I'm a baseball casual, so you can't trade draft picks.
It says. Well, hold on a second. It says here you can't trade.
Oh, hold on. It says actually. I'm checking the manual here.
They're just like. I mean, occasionally I'll watch that show.
I'm a casual.
It's tricky.
Keep the I'm a casual. I want that.
I'm a casual.
I'm a casual.
Here's the thing you need to know about Cowherd. It's pretty much all football.
It's all football.
A little bit of basketball. He does basketball.
He's got some good relationships in the NBA GMs and stuff that he's good with.
But it's all about the stars. It's all about the big teams. So NFL is fine. No matter what you talk about in the NFL, people are going to listen. But he still likes stars and they get Jets and Aaron Rodgers. It was funny because my buddy kept texting me a picture of Aaron Rodgers every day. I was like, dude, this guy talks about Aaron Rodgers like every single day. Like there's nothing to talk about, but every single day, Aaron Rodgers found his way into the topic tree. So I just kept getting these pictures like, oh, Todd's texting me. Aaron, there it is. He's talking about him again. It's hilarious. Niners are a team he hits. Cowboys are a team he hits. Patriots for sure. Yeah. And then, LeBron. USC, Caleb Williams. He loves college football is big, but the big schools, Bama, Clemson, Ohio State, Georgia, USC, stuff like that. And then baseball only because Ohtani's hot. That is it. Period. That is it. And he just proved that. I mean, they both kept bad. How many first-round draft picks would you think you'd got? 5, maybe 5. I'd at least take 3.
5 first-round picks.
And then 30 seconds later, it's like, oh, it says right here you can't trade. So, I mean.
Yes, the guy's like, I would take, I mostly want the prospects, though, because we know who they are already. He's like, would you want the picks? Yeah, I guess I'd take some picks, too.
It says here you can't trade draft picks.
if you want to give me picks, I would. So, no, but it's Ohtani because Ohtani's massive, right? I mean, he's a star, and he loves the stars. Like, he's definitely playing the hits. Let's put it that way. Some people would love that. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, I mean, it's like, look, I don't want to bang him too much because I'm sure I've done. Well, no, I haven't. But I'm sure there's some things I should have known, but
I'm a casual.
Didn't. But that's you're right. That's below a casual, I think.
I think I'm aware as a sports fan about every sport. Yeah, I actually don't mind him. He makes some good points. Really, his interviews are good with a handful of executives, GMs, guys like that, because he's like cool with them and can get in with them, and you get information. Daryl Morey this year gave some really good stuff in an interview I heard about Ben Simmons, about their process and moving on and how trades happen. It's kind of like when we talked to Farhan, just the the openness of it. But that one's too good. You got to. Everybody knows you can't trade baseball draft picks.
I'm a casual.
It's the only one. Everybody knows this, Colin. But if you don't ever talk it, guy named Gut on the YouTube page, real upset about our talking of Deshaun Watson. Yeah, just Gut. I just want to shout out his name, Gut. I like that one.
Gut?
Yeah, G-U-T, Gut.
And he was
he's unhappy.
He was unhappy. We said we want him to get hurt.
No, he's just unhappy that Deshaun Watson was even brought up.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, yeah.
Talk about something else. I was like, we didn't talk about it much at all. Now we are because
didn't really talk about him at all. Like, you should be happy.
We'll move on.
We said we wanted him to get hurt. Like, I thought that would appease the gods somewhat. We talked about him for about 11 seconds.
We will more when he gets hurt. We'll throw a party.
And 3 of that was we hope he gets hurt.
Party on the show when Deshaun Watson goes down this year, all right? We're going to do it. Get the music ready, get the cake.
Drop confetti.
We are throwing a party. Yeah.
Exactly.
Derek, you're furrowing your brow? Derek rides with Deshaun Watson? Come on, bro. That's not cool.
You know, it's funny you bring that up because I always hate when people go, look, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemies.
Yeah, you would. That's your worst enemy.
Absolutely, you would. It's your worst enemy.
It's your mortal enemy.
Stop being that guy.
Yeah.
I hate when people try to be that person. Like, I'm above that. I never wish for ill will on this, even though they're my mortal enemy. Like, I don't care. Like, there's enough people in the world that I can root for good things for. Enough of them. I don't need to hope everyone finds prosperity and joy. Nah, screw it. They don't deserve it. And guess what? Deshaun Watson is not one of those guys that deserves it. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you, I would never root for injury on that. No, I would.
He doubled down today.
Am I going to root actively? Am I getting down on my hands and knees and praying for it? No, I don't care that much, to be honest with you. But if I watch him play, I might say, dude, that'd be sweet if he took one to the chops right here.
Ooh, yeah.
Or can you imagine if his knee got ripped up right here? That would be amazing. Who wants 50-1? I may do that, but again, it's not going to be active. But
some tackle goes, that's for my mama. Some tackle gets off and just drops, just for everybody.
I don't want to hear look, I would never root for injury.
No injury.
For anybody.
Nah.
Well, suck it. You're better than I am because I do, and I don't care. And yes, when Martin Gramatica jumped up and blew his ACL because he jumped up and down like a yo-yo for a 40-yard field goal, did I laugh? God dang right I laughed. I'll let you know that right now.
That's so
if I'm a bad guy,
That's so different than what we were just Yeah, Tom was applauding when Kendrick Morales went down, too, I think, after the home run.
No, I was not. I was
Tom.
very upset.
Tom loves when players get hurt, especially, we all do, Deshaun Watson. Party on the show. Make sure you're here the day after Deshaun goes down.
Brother.
We'll be celebrating. All right, on the other side, Ray Ratto. He's going to join me Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Tom's going to be out. Yeah, you're excused, Ray.
Suck what?
We'll find out.
Brother.
Ray Ratto next, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday on the Sports Leader. According to MLB Network's John Morosi, the Giants are evaluating Justin Verlander for a potential trade before next week's deadline. That story and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app. Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account, no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back travel and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, buddy.
Always fun to talk to our next guest, former partner of mine. I've known him for quite some time. You can catch his pros on The Defector.
It was cray.
He too turned down $750 million to take his writing talents to Saudi Arabia. Ray Ratto. Hello, Mr. Ratto.
Say, when that ad talks about aggressive slots, are those the kind that just reach out and take your wallet?
No, when you turn around, your drink's gone. You're like, mother, you kidding me? I just ordered a beer.
Well,
Where'd it go?
Yeah, what a come on. I can't wait.
Where'd my tasty Coors Light go? Oh, brother. How you been?
I've been okay. And Kylian Mbappe is going to turn that money down.
Yes,
and
he is.
It's just, this is why soccer is the best. Because money means nothing, and everything you just heard is wrong.
Everything's a rumor.
Whether you like the sport or not, the best time is the off season.
Well, unfortunately, that's becoming true of every sport. Maybe we don't need to play the seasons anymore.
I think we're heading that way. I think what we're going to do is give everybody an app, which is delivered through a hammer to the head, where you just imagine what the games are, and the fun is in watching imaginary players make imaginary money to go to imaginary teams.
That's right.
I imagine they paid him that.
And then we could come back on Monday and argue whose game was the actual one they played.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't like
it.
the standings, make up some of your own.
I like it. Well, I'm curious to get your take on Ohtani, because we haven't asked you about him, and he's a obvious big topic. The Angels, as I well know, will find a way to screw this up even more so than imaginable. I'm not sure how that's possible, but it will happen. But does it surprise you everyone's so convinced that if they don't make the playoffs, he's not going to be here, or he might not even be here if they make the playoffs? I have not heard this guy say one thing, ever. He just wants to win. Yeah, okay. But are you surprised that everyone's drawn such strong conclusions, or is that the need? It's got to be a strong take. He won't come back here, or he's not. I mean, what's your read on that?
My read is that everybody who says they know something is a liar. Not just because he hasn't said anything, but because he doesn't have to make a decision on any of this stuff. He will wait to get all the information he needs to get, and that time is not now. So whether he plays for the Angels for the rest of the year, or goes to Baltimore, or he goes to Pittsburgh, or he goes to the Yankees, everybody's guessing, and they're guessing because the beast must be fed. What I suspect is that the Angels will think about this and realize that if they trade him, they won't get equal value. And if they don't trade him, they won't get equal value. But if they don't trade him, they can at least say, we held on to him for as long as we could. And I think that makes them look at least a little bit better than it would be if they traded him for like 9 prospects, none of which will oversee the majors.
That'd be so Angels.
It would be, but the Angels have been handed a poop sandwich, and what they're trying to do is figure out whether it's worth having the fries.
Was it a 2-word review? Just said S sandwich, or shark sandwich.
Oh God!
I can't print that. They didn't write that.
When the menu's bad, you do the best you can with the side dishes.
Talking to Ray Ratto on the Uma guest line. Does the optics matter, though? I mean, at this point, what does it matter that you look good? Who do you look good to if you keep him for 2 more months and then stink next year without him?
Well, the truth is, if you're without him, you're probably going to stink anyway. So if you're going to stink anyway, while some people will try to play amateur general manager and say, well, why didn't you get those 3 promising prospects at high A? I think the Angels will, they'll deal with whatever they have to deal with. And just say, look, we're not going to trade a guy for nothing. He's our most important player. we're going to try to hold on to him till the absolute last second that we can. And to me, at least, that looks better than going, little Johnny at, Indian Springs or wherever their A club is, is never going to, we're never going to see him. He's a rumor. So either way, we get nothing for him. The only thing we can do is hold on to him as long as we can and hope that we have the best offer. The only way they look bad is if they hold on to him and don't come back with the best offer, or come back with an offer that's so good that Ohtani's got to really think about it. Because ultimately, if Ohtani decides, I'd really rather play in Chicago or wherever, then that's that. I mean, that part's out of their control. Yeah. What they can do is make the best offer, or the best offer that they can. And given that all the owners are rich beyond measure, there's no real excuse for Artie Moreno not to offer the most money. And then Ohtani gets to say yes or no.
How do you play this if you're the Giants this year? Do you offer up prospects that are close to? And again, we're basing this off of what everybody's saying the packages are. No one knows what those packages. No one knows what teams are offering for Ohtani. We have no idea. We may say,
but in fairness, not to interrupt, but in fairness, Colin Cowherd knows.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's a casual.
Well done. Badoom. Do you give up on Harrison or Mato Schmidt? Maybe like 4 of your top prospects or 3 of your top prospects. Do you say let's roll the dice for 2 months, even though we're giving up some of our future? Or do you say we'll try to get him during the offseason, but this is what we've been waiting for, our minor leagues to kind of start bolstering our big league club? And they haven't done as good maybe the last few weeks as they did when they first came up, but how do you play that if you're a team? Like, I've been trying to find out, Ray, how important 2 months is, how much of a leg up that gives you. Some people think a lot, some people think not that much. I don't know. If you're the Giants, how would you play it? How do you think they should play it?
I'm a casual.
Well, do they love these prospects because they know they're eventually going to be contributing major leaguers, or do they like them because they're just the best they've got? That's the first question that has to be answered. Mm-hmm. The second question that has to be answered is, how much damage did they do themselves last year by sort of ass-backwarding the Correa negotiations, where they had a preposterous offer and then pulled it off the table at the last minute and didn't make a subsequent offer that might have been less because of the medical reports? How much did it hurt them in Ohtani's eyes that Aaron Judge never really took them seriously? I mean, for the Giants, I mean, if they could make that deal happen, even for 2 months, I think you take the chance, just because, they already have a reputation as people who can't get the deal closed. And if they have a chance to get him and don't take it, all of a sudden they're now marked as not serious players for the next really good player, even if they can't get Ohtani for 2024. So I think they have to just say, this is the one guy that's worth it. And then hope like hell that they catch fire because Ohtani's there, because they're going to get crowds. They'll get 2 months of crowds. And if Ohtani leaves after that, well, again, like the Angels, you do the best you can. But if the word ever gets out that the Angels were interested in a package the Giants were offering and the Giants couldn't close the deal, they're buried for 5 years, just in terms of what the fans think. And I know that doesn't matter a lot, but every day that there's 10,000 empty seats is one more day when they have failed to convince the market that they're serious players.
Is there, in your mind, an overlying issue as to the free agent struggles in the offseason? I mean, they landed Carlos Correa, so everybody goes, they couldn't get big-name free agents. The issue with Correa is he just kind of looks like a floozy. Like, he signed with everybody. He would go to anybody who'd give him $300 million. So it doesn't look like the Giants were unique in that. Is this something Farhan is going to have to wear? Is it something he's struggling with? What's your perception on why they haven't been able to land big names?
Well, one of them is that the ballpark used to scare people off, especially everyday players, and when Judge really just played them, to get a better deal from the Yankees, that sort of made them look like marks. And the problem with the Correa deal is not that he just will sign with anybody. It's that he had a deal with the Giants, and then the Giants pulled out, which means that now. It's not just that your money's no good, it's your word's no good. Because, they didn't make like a secondary offer that said, okay, we've got the medicals, we don't like them, but we'll make you this offer for this many years. They didn't do that at all. They just picked up their stuff and walked out. And I think for any agent and most players, that's as bad as look as anything. Is that, when you just go, well, we've done the deal, we're ready to do the press conference. Oh, wait a minute, Charlie's getting cold feet. They're walking away entirely. That's not a good show to the outside world, whatever the Giants' internal reasons are. And that's stuff that stays with you, especially when the Giants have not been able to make a free agent score of any value for years now. So I think that's where they're at. They're not going to be thought of as serious players in the market until they're a serious player in the market. But if you sit out the market, people will look upon you the way they look upon, I don't know, the Detroit Tigers. They talk it and don't walk it. And the Giants are not in a position where they can do that, it seems to me.
Talking to Ray Ratto, as I said, you could catch his pros on The Defector. He's going to be joining Copes Wednesday, Thursday, Friday while I am gone. Let's switch over to
Should we just
hoops.
Apologize ahead of time?
No. I want you to apologize each day individually. I want you to apologize.
I will open and close with it.
I don't want a blanket apology. That just seems too easy.
And insincere, Ray.
Yeah.
Oh, well, insincere is right up my street.
See?
I figured.
Before we get to the Warriors, let me ask you this, because this is something else that's right up your street, right up your alley, however you want to phrase it. Is it okay? The Copes and I think it's okay in special cases to root for injury. Is it okay to root for injury? Let's say Deshaun Watson. It seems appropriate, doesn't it?
I think for the Warriors, it's a bad look to root for an injury to Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
What about for me? What about for you?
Oh, I'm completely fine with that.
See, that's what
Although,
I thought. Yes,
to my
that's
way
what
of
I
thinking,
like.
I don't really root for injuries to players as much as I root for owners to fall down wells.
Yeah.
I think if you're going to wish for something big. Wish for Dan Snyder's head to explode and, release all the bats therein.
Yep. Scanners. Like just scanners. Full scanners.
Exactly.
Bam. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
All right.
Wish deep.
Let's switch to the Warriors. You had to find this. It was funny. You don't have to have a great sense of humor, which you do, to find it funny. But I found it rich when Draymond said that he holds no ill will, no grudge towards Jordan Poole. I was like, well, it's awful nice of him. Punch him in the face and don't hold a grudge against him. I thought that was being a big man. I thought that was being big of him. How about you?
Quite magnanimous. I mean,
that's what I thought. That's the word I used.
Sort of selfless attitude that really makes him the man he is. There are times when you love Draymond's candor, and there are times when you look into his eyes and you just see the back of his head. This was an unpleasant incident by any means. And whether or not Jordan Poole sort of tempted fate, with all the things he was saying, or whether Draymond lost his mind, it is better for him to just do what Poole is doing and just not even addressing it anymore. He's addressed it in all the ways he can. And at this point, it looks like it's still tormenting him, even though he won. He got to stay. He got the deal he wanted to get.
Yep.
It's one of the things that when Steve Kerr writes his book, that's going to be about 3 chapters, and they're all going to take longer to write than the rest of the book combined. Because it's just, torn up page after scratched out sentence. They have done gymnastics level contortions to justify their faith in him. And he's, justified it, as far as he goes. But he's also been like the leading purveyor of migraines in the building. And I suspect that's how it's going to be till the end of his career. Is that with Draymond, you get great defense, really good rebounding, and you get the odd skull buster because he's just that guy. And the Warriors have made their peace with that, and they're going to have to eat that, till the day he retires.
Yeah, no doubt. How do you see the starting lineup? I'm not that concerned with, although some guys like to start more than others. Kind of an ego thing, a status thing, but usually the starters they'll figure that. But the closing of the games is one that's interesting to me because Looney's the easy one to sit out because he's amenable to everything. He's seen it all. He's done it all. He just wants to help. And when you put him out there, he's going to bust his butt. But against some teams, you're going to need the size. You're not going to be able to sit Looney on the bench. Then it becomes a little more interesting because Steph is off the table. So it comes down to Draymond, Wiggins, Chris Paul, and Clay. And I think that's one that could, if the season doesn't break right, Ray, and it starts to go a little wonky, that could be a problem. Because you're going to have a lot of guys who think they're not winning because is the reason they're not playing, or they're not playing, that's the reason they're not winning, and they deserve to play because they've either won championships, they're going to be in the Hall of Fame. Do you think that could be a potential issue if things kind of, I don't want to say go south because they're too good for it to go south, but, get a little wonky?
I think it is only an issue if it's Paul. I think the rest of the Warriors are used to sort of the way things are. And this goes back to when Kerr spent 3 months convincing Andre Iguodala to come off the bench. The only guy that he's ever failed to convince that starting is not the most important thing is Poole. And where is Poole now?
Yeah.
The Washington Wizards. So I think Paul is the only guy who could make things kind of difficult. And even at that, the Warriors have a clear hierarchy in the room. And that is the guys who were here for the championships, outrank everybody else for good or ill. I mean, the Warriors have time and again, opted for the things that got them where they are. So I think it's really only Paul that could do that. And I think at this stage, I think he's going to accept the idea that, okay, you're coming off the bench, but you're going to be playing 32 minutes a game. They'll figure out a way to get him his minutes, however it happens. And the only way that this goes sideways, is if he doesn't like the 32 minutes he gets. And, that we can't know till it happens. But if I were Paul, I would, if you told me you can start or you can finish, but you can't do both, I think I'd prefer finishing. Yeah. And it was the one thing that they couldn't convince Jordan Poole of that, helped make all of this go weird in the end. But that to me is the key, is if Paul's okay with the way he's being used, I don't think anybody else will really have a complaint.
Yeah. Always great catching up with you, my friend. Enjoy being in. I know you and Copes will have a good time. The listening audience will enjoy, even though you'll think they won't. But it'll be a good time had by all, I believe. Or maybe not.
I've checked with all 4 listeners, and they're not happy about it. Yeah.
They're not? Well, then you're screwed.
Well, they're gone. They were here at the start.
But have fun anyway.
I'll just run up a liquor tab. I don't care anymore.
See you, Ray.
See you Wednesday, Ray.
Have a good one, man.
See you guys.
See you, Ray.
Ray Ratto.
Cat's away. The mice will play, Tom. We're going to get loose.
That's right.
I was like, I got more questions, but I'll save them for Ray on Wednesday and Thursday.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. Shut up.
Well, that line about Draymond is sometimes you look right into Draymond's eyes, you can see straight to the back of his head. I was like, damn, that's
the back of his skull.
That's a pretty good line from Ratto.
I'm Ray Ratto, and this is a minute about the F word.
I'd love to hear him work that bit. You'll be getting a bunch of good Ratto stuff later this week. He'll be with me Wednesday, Thursday, Friday when Tom is out. We can get into a little bit more of the... Did you watch the Steph documentary this weekend?
I did not know.
You did not? Okay. Well,
you're on it? I didn't know if you were on it. I would have watched it. I would have made a point.
I didn't know until people started texting me saying, hey, your voice is in it. It's like a throwaway line. I was like, oh,
really?
Man, I hope I'm not ripping him. At one point, like a clip of me. He's like in the car listening to us for inspiration. You know, he's like, "This is not a championship team." I was like, it was a strong take, I thought, but they weren't this year. But unfortunately, they got the fourth. So
strong.
We can get into that. We actually have. We've got some good stuff to get to in the Soup du Jour, but we'll do that at 5:30. And we've got Bill Lasky tonight, right? He's the 6 o'clock. So on the other side, we'll get into a little bit of the Steph documentary. I mean, they make him the underrated doc. It's really, really cool. I watched it selfishly just for myself, but I didn't know what an inspiration I was to Steph and how much I put him over the top.
Did you turn it on right after you came on?
He clicked it off, dude.
I'm done.
Yeah, I'm like 6 minutes in, and then I was like, all right, cool, that's it.
Yeah, good.
I had to watch the rest to make sure I wasn't in anymore.
Okay, got it.
I'm doing
I love
great,
narcissism.
brother.
I watched all the credits to make sure I was like, am I listed here in the back of the credits?
As Al Pacino says, vanity. Definitely my favorite sin.
I can think of a few others I like, but we'll get into that another day. When we come back, a little bit on the underrated doc. We've got your Soup du Jour. Bill Lasky going to take you till 10, only here on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed the Giants' recent struggles, 6 consecutive losses. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, that's a good plan to have. Don't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or if you're taking too much risk, investing in the right places, or even if you're going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've envisioned and dreamed of when you finally get to retirement? That's why Greg O'Donnell is here. For more than 3 decades, he's been helping people just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones, to their families, so that they can live the life in retirement that they've always dreamed of. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give them a call. His team is easy to talk to, and they're here to help, plus no cost or obligation. Call them today, 866-496-2300, or visit online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stephen Curry. Do not rely on him to run your team. He was about 5'6".
Looks like a little kid. 150 pounds, soaking wet. That was when I first really understood I'm different. How did I get here? I was the undersized, scrawny kid that was just trying to figure out how to make it.
Steph Curry is hurt.
I was overwhelmed by everything. How would I respond? Let the work begin.
That's the trailer for the underrated Steph Curry documentary. Well, the Steph Curry documentary titled Underrated. It was Ryan Coogler, one of the executive producers on it. I guess the movie was at Sundance and everything. It is, if you're a Steph fan, and I've always been weird about books and documentaries about guys that come out while their story is still being written. Mm-hmm. But this one was special and unique in that it does a 2 parallel timeline in Steph trying to get to college and to find success in college. By the way, they've got it's great stuff. Tons of footage. Bob McKillop, the head coach at Davidson's in the doc the entirety of the time. They go from there all the way through when he graduated. Remember, he got his degree last year,
Yep.
and I mean, we all know the impact McKillop had on him, but McKillop, like when he was recruiting him and they find him and they finally get the call from him. It's funny. There's a great story where they think that Steph is bailing on him. They think that they found him and that they're like, we got this kid. We want him to come here. We know he's special. Nobody else knows about him yet. They're like, we found this guy. He's in our backyard. Let's get him here. Then he doesn't answer the phone for like a week and a half. And the recruiter's like reaching out to his parents and they can't get anything back. Then they're reaching out to him, to his teammates, his coach. Nobody is getting back to him. Finally, Steph calls like a week later and he's like, hey, what's going on, coach? He goes, hey, man, what's going on? He goes, oh, sorry, he didn't do anything wrong. He had a friend text him a bad word.
Yeah.
And Sonia took his phone away for 2 weeks. So he couldn't get back to Davidson. So they were freaking. They thought they'd lost him. They're like, we don't know. Oh, my God, we lost him. This is our one guy. And they'd lost like 4 seniors. But they do a parallel sort of timeline of his sort of rise at Davidson, how he got to Davidson, proved everybody wrong, how even when he starts his first game as a freshman, I think he had 13 turnovers or 15 turnovers in his first ever college. Dude, and he was like 0 of 8. Second game he comes out, and they were like, there was a big decision as to whether or not they should start him again. But they didn't want to break his spirit. They didn't want to hurt him. And he came out one for like 35 or something. It was like insane. And then the legend was born. Like that was it. But the way they coached him into, he didn't have the body. We talk all the time about the transformation. There's a lot of stuff with he and Brandon Payne, his trainer, who's on KNBR a lot, and the work that he's putting in there and getting his body to where it has to be. But the shots that he gets up, the way he practices his footwork, I was seeing practice footage I hadn't seen before. Like, you can't think to practice some of the stuff that Steph does until you've nailed knowing that every shot is going in. Like, they play games where he's making like almost hundreds of shots at a time. It's wild. And so the way McKillop had coached him was they basically in his first few practices said, run through him. Like, throw your bodies at him. Hurt him, get in his face, make him feel small, make him uncomfortable. And it changed him. They also, Dell and Sonia, changed his shot leading into his senior year of high school. Like, he said to Dell, I want to play college basketball. And Dell said, you got to get up 1,000 shots a day. And basically for the first month, he made him stand in the key and just form because he was shooting from the hip. He was too weak. And he came back to college, and the coaches were like, or to high school, like, we didn't even know we had a guy who was this good. But the development, the work he puts in, it's not so much about family. It's a lot about him and his process and what makes him tick. And a lot about proving to you that you're wrong, but more about proving I'm capable because everybody's been telling me forever I'm incapable. And the second timeline is the journey to Ring 4 and how those two things were I mean, the voiceovers from Skip Bayless that are almost identical to the stuff that's written in the draft where he's too small. You can't, he's too old. They're too beat up. You can't do this. And it's foolish. I don't know that I ever thought they were going to get that fourth, but I certainly would never have bet against him because logic doesn't make sense with this guy. It's a must watch. It's a really good movie. Went to Sundance. It's done really well. Good inside stuff with Steph. Great stuff with the kids, but some cool stories that I hadn't heard and hadn't known.
No, it's an amazing story. It really is. And I was fortunate enough to play with his dad, and I know the family and know how good of people they are. And it doesn't surprise me he's turned out, and all the kids have turned out like they have, just when you look at where they came from. Now, I didn't know Steph's journey. I've learned about it throughout the way.
Right.
And it's really cool that he has made it. I mean, think about the guys that have achieved what he's achieved, and maybe not exactly what he's achieved, because a lot of guys haven't achieved that. But there have been some great players in the NBA. And they were, I don't want to say anointed, but we knew about them. We knew they were going to be great. Like LeBron, we knew LeBron was going to be great. Like, we just looked at him and go, that's the look of a guy. Kobe early on, I think we knew. We may not have known getting drafted out of high school, but we knew pretty early on how good he was. Shaq, knew how great he was going to be.
The high school guys a lot we knew.
Yeah, and so you knew that. But with Steph, I mean, he was a first-round pick, 7th overall. Nobody knew. Could be a bust. Could be an all-star. Maybe be an all-star. Can he lead your team? Can he be the best player in your team? Boy, I have no idea about that. Then you get the ankle injury, and you have no idea what you're going to get. Can he bounce back from the ankle injury? From that to get to where he is. Like, if somebody would have said he's going to make 4 or 5 all-star games, you go, okay, yeah, okay. Maybe win a couple three-point shootouts, because we all knew we could shoot at the time. Like, that kind of, you felt like, okay, that's doable. But no one ever saw 2 MVPs, 4 championships. Nobody ever saw that. If you were to say LeBron was a two-time MVP, Finals MVP, champion, you'd be like, okay, yeah, I see that. Yeah. That's definitely within the scope of what's possible for him. But not a guy like Steph. Not a guy that in college went to Davidson. Like, that wasn't going to happen.
With no other offers.
Yeah, I mean, just the belief in himself, the chip that he's carried on his shoulder, the work that he has put in is really, really amazing. And then, he changed the game, but the game has changed with him. Like, he came along at the perfect time where everything was kind of changing. Analytics was shifting toward the three-point line, to where now the game was going to be played outside the three-point line not inside out. And he was the perfect guy to be able to do that. Perfect guy. Like, you'd love him to get to the line more if you're of an analytical bent, which I'm not. So this is like totally fine by me. He's totally good enough right now. But he came along at a perfect time. Perfect time. So all that combines to add up to a Hall of Famer. Like, and no one would have said that's a Hall of Famer coming out of Davidson. Nobody. And I even remember early on in his NBA career when he first started kind of getting big, 2014, 15, 2013, 14, there was some pushback among NBA players how good he was. Hell, they made their own award and gave it to James Harden, I think, for like a... It
was like the Players' Choice Award or something.
Yeah,
like
Players' Choice Award. It's like, what do these people have against Steph? Is he like not... city enough?
Yeah.
Is he not?
I think there's that. Yeah, the silver spoon thing.
Yeah, is he too nice? Is he too good? Did he not grow up doing the same stuff, like playing the same streets we did? I don't know. It was just really weird. It really was. Like he wasn't supposed to be here. This is our neighborhood. Like he's infringing on our neighborhood. It's just really weird.
That's a deal. That's a deal within the community.
Yeah,
that happens. Yeah.
But he's persevered. And he's at the top of the mountaintop, man. It really is. It is amazing. And the fact that it's happened to somebody as nice as he is, as deserving as he is. And a guy that will use his wealth and his platform to help better people's lives. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guy for this story to happen to. But it didn't just happen to him. He earned it.
Yeah.
He did. He put in the sweat. He put in the time. All that stuff. But that being said, I've said this for a long time now. The Warriors are so fortunate. I mean, they can say what they want about, Joe coming in and Bob and even Steve. None of this happened to Steph isn't here. And Steph, they inherited Steph. That was their greatest gift, inheriting Steph, because you got an amazing ambassador for your franchise, the greatest face of your team you could ever have, in the league. You look back, there's like a Jordan era, a Magic and a Bird era, a LeBron era. You're going to look back. I don't know if it's going to be solely Steph's era, but he's going to be part of that era. Like it's Steph's and whoever else you want to put in there. Maybe it is just him because he's massive.
I think it will be the Steph era. I think there's a group of kids that have grown up in love with Steph Curry, right?
Yeah.
Like think about if you were like 12 years old when Steph wins the MVP and they win the championship, right? Like that changes. That's how you sort of mold that. That's how old I was when the Giants in 02. Like that changes your fandom, and you've been following them, and they weren't good. Like if you had a little bit of a run where you understood what was going on as a kid before that, and you watch Steph become this, and now you're still, I mean, you're an adult. You know what I mean? You're like out of college now, and Steph is still doing this in the league. Like I think about the way guys from your era, or like I always say this, I was even too young to know Jordan in his prime. Right, like I was in like third grade in 98 and 99. Like I don't remember him retiring and coming back. I remember what the icon Michael Jordan was as a kid and the movies and the commercials and all that. But to me, like seeing him play on the court, I didn't ever have the feeling of that dominance. Like with Steph, you know it. So if the kids who are the ones that tell the story are the ones who have grown up with him, yeah, there's other guys who are going to come after. But because Steph is the first to do so many things, it's going to be tough to top him. Because it's like the Babe Ruth stuff. Nobody's done this since Babe Ruth. Steph thing will be broken faster, but nobody had done this until Steph had changed the game. So it's an awesome doc. And, dude, he gets his degree in it. Like you see him, you talked about the work he does for equality and stuff. I mean, he's like writing a thesis on women's equality in sports and how he's actually trying to get his feet wet and get his elbow grease or put some elbow grease into it and change the game as far as women's sports and how they're received. So he's doing stuff all over. KD pops in after he breaks the 3-point record at the dinner just to show up in New York to dap him up. It's pretty cool. Their moment together, and they have Steph then says to the camera, most misunderstood dude in the entire league right there. Most misunderstood dude in the entire league. And I was like, man, if Steph says it, I got to listen. It's one thing on Twitter. But anyway, if you haven't seen Underrated, pretty damn good. You'd enjoy it if you are a Steph Curry fan or not. When we come on back, we got a little soup du jour for you, and then Bill Lasky is going to take you from 6 o'clock up till 10 o'clock. We stayed away from some of the Giants later in the show as they've lost 6 straight following the loss today to the Tigers. Soup du jour is next on the Sports Leader.
I'm doing great, brother.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, let's get to a little soup.
I'm a casual.
Oh man, this is a good one right here. I'm just going to read you the headline. I'm trying to figure out a way around the headline, but let me read you the headline, and then we'll get to the story. And I gotta admit, I'm not a fan of that. I like to get to the story and then kind of build to the punchline.
To what it is, yeah.
Meat of the story. Like, those are my least favorite movies, when they show you what happened 2 hours into the movie to begin the movie. I'm like, well, why? You could have just jumped. You could have just started right there. That would be guessing. I already know that's going to happen. I already know it's going to, unless it's Christopher Nolan, I already know that's going to happen. So I don't want to, like, oh, I wonder if this guy's going to make it to this part. Well, yeah, I already saw him.
So you didn't see Oppenheimer or like Passion of the Christ, none of that, because you knew the ending?
I've not seen Oppenheimer, and I never saw Passion of the Christ. I did not have the passion for that movie.
The book was better.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, I'm going to skip that one, too. Be honest with you, because I think I know what the book is, but I'm skipping it.
The Bible?
I skipped it. No, I've heard of it.
You said I don't know what the book is. I was like,
no, I was sarcasm.
You never been in a hotel room, Tom?
Book is. Kidding me?
Don't worry on that one, dipshit.
Thanks, appreciate it. I skipped it. So this was a note that was left outside a florist. Apparently, it was in a box, and they thought it was an explosive device. So they had a bomb squad come out, because they know what is inside the box. You can't be too careful.
What's in the box?
Yeah, you get the hazmat unit out there, and get the the guy in the bomb suit like Jeremy Renner, and he goes up there and opens the box, and then you have one of your lieutenants go, "What's in the box?
What's in the box?"
And you're like, "Shut up! Stop doing the 7th scene again, okay? Just let me open the damn box."
This is every time.
And you're happy because it's not a bomb. You're probably thinking, "What the hell?" Because it was a dude's penis.
No.
Yes.
We got a bleeder!
Yep. With a note. It's classy.
It's a ransom note?
Yeah, it's classy.
If you ever want to see it again.
No, I think it's gone. I think that penis is gone. No, it's a note that just says, reflections of your actions.
I don't think you had to leave. That sounds pretty gross. I think I knew. You didn't have to write it down. Like, once the action of the action spoke for itself. I don't know. We got a suspect, a victim.
We definitely have a victim.
We've got part of the victim.
There's no doubt about that.
We got part of the victim.
We definitely. I don't know if they have. It says let's see, the package adorned with a funeral floral wreath. Which is the package inside the package.
The package, yeah.
It said came with a smaller, sinister note inside that read, "The reflection of your actions, so you can educate yourself and get off my balls."
It's my
Step 1, cut a hole in the box.
Oh God!
You put your junk in. Step 2 is put your junk in the box. Step 3, you make him open the box. He did it all. Step 1, 2, and 3.
He did. Yeah, that was not dead. I don't even know if I'd put that in my top 4 or 5 Lonely Island songs.
Oh, no.
The Mother's Day song's the best one. That one I enjoyed the best.
Put it on the ground. Threw it on the ground's pretty good. What you think? I'm stupid?
The authorities have not yet identified the X-rated bouquet sender. Unfortunately, yeah. And they actually quoted "Bleep in a Box" right here in the song in the story.
What line did they say?
No, they just said a quote. It's it's
quote
red. I can click on it if I want to.
Okay.
So, but I don't want to because thanks. And it's in Mexico, so apparently there's an epidemic of this. So, coincidentally, this comes several months after police were involved in an intense shootout with gang members at the vicinity of the florist, which ended in authorities getting overwhelmed. That's classic. Authorities
got overwhelmed
and leaving the area.
It's like getting swarmed by a good defense.
Dude, we're good. We're out of here. Yeah, we're out of here. Just like
beating up the O-line.
You're out.
We're out. Yeah, we had to wave the flag and get out.
So who knows if this was it could have been a scorned girlfriend. It could have been a gang thing. I have no idea what the case may be, but I don't want to I don't want to delve any further into it.
It's a hard case to solve.
Thank you. But let's go to the next story because I know I put.
We're off to a good start. That was a good one.
This is a weird one. This is strange to me. A man got caught. I don't know if he got caught. I haven't read the whole story because I'm not sure if he got caught for robbery, but he got caught driving a stolen car. Now, if you're going to drive a stolen car, what do we always say? We're always here trying to help criminals.
When you're
out.
riding dirty, don't like keep your seatbelt on, don't speed. Is that where you're going?
Correct.
Yeah.
Obey all rules of traffic. You don't go too slow. Don't think that's going to work either. Like, don't go 15 miles an hour in a 40.
Hide in plain sight. Yeah.
Go 35. 35. Use your blinker. Stop well short of stop sign and stop lights. Just don't do anything. Don't go 60 in a 40. Don't do that. You're an idiot if you do that. Well, I don't know what this guy did, but he got pulled over, caught, and also went to jail for 9 months for his stolen contraband. He stole $200,000. Nope. Cadbury cream eggs.
I was like, rupees? Where are we going with this?
Who steals Cadbury eggs? Like, yeah. I mean, 200,000.
They're damn good.
But 200,000. What do black market eggs go for?
You upselling them?
Anybody know?
Anyway, KNBR, if you picked up any Cadbury down at the docks recently, let us know what you're selling for.
Like Easter has already passed, but did you pick up any black eggs for Easter? That's kind of weird.
Black eggs? You mean black market Cadbury eggs?
Black market eggs.
I actually did get some Cadbury chocolate eggs for Easter. Yeah, Sash always picks some up. Cadbury chocolate's great, but she didn't bring home 200,000 of them. And he was driving what? How did he have them all?
$200,000. Stolen car, but I'm not sure exactly what the stolen vehicle was. Wow. God, I wish I would have gotten to this one. This one's probably better than the penis story. The penis was just shocking. It was like I had to get to that story.
Shocking.
But this one may have more depth than the penis story, actually. Thank you. But it's you know what? I may have to get back to this one.
Yeah, why don't we iron that one out? Yeah.
I need some digging on this one because that is so bizarre. 200,000 Cadbury eggs gone. How long would it take you to eat 200,000 Cadbury eggs? They don't go bad, do they?
Well, it's chocolate. They're only in like that foil. You ever open like an old foil, like when you were a kid, you wait too long and open some chocolate. It's got like the weird, like the chocolate doesn't melt anymore, like crumbles away.
Yep.
I think they can go bad, yeah. But it's better than like getting one of these shaped hollow chocolate bunnies. Like that chocolate is just like the crap chocolate that comes. Cadbury's legit. Like Cadbury's good.
Yeah. You can't go hollow.
No, you got to.
I always hated that when I got a hollow bunny. It's like, give me the thick one.
Seriously.
Oof. So I'm trying to. If you eat 10 eggs a day,
a day, it would take you.
You get about 300 eggs a week, 300 eggs a month. So no, there's no way you'd be able to finish 200,000 eggs.
200,000 Cadbury chocolate eggs.
Yeah, you'd be giving them away. You'd just be giving them
just giving them away. Yeah, it's like the ERC.
Yeah, so I'm going to dig into this because I need to find out why. Because I'm missing something here. It just doesn't seem to make any sense that like black market Cadbury eggs go for that much more of a market, and it's not hard to get them anyway, unless there's a country out there that doesn't sell Cadbury eggs, and it's a huge deal. Because I can go down to CVS and get Cadbury eggs. Go down to Safeway, get Cadbury eggs. You can get them wherever you want to. We can all get them. So it's not that big a deal.
Was he smuggling them into prison? Yeah, was he putting it like
I don't know. Where'd you get those eggs from? Nah, I'm going to pass.
They said it was about $40,000 worth of Cadbury chocolate.
Okay.
$40,000, which is less than the amount of meth from that Uber driver last week that Tim was telling us about.
That's correct.
Yeah. So, there you go. Cadbury chocolate. It's funny that the headline's all about that because stolen cars happen all the time. The chocolate is the headline grab.
The car.
What?
I don't know. So the chocolate's the headline grab there. Chocolate's the headline. No, I don't know what
Tim playing this hidden buttons.
Let's get out of here. Let's see what Bill Lasky has going on the other side.
That could have been so much better. I feel like I let it down.
It's okay, Tom.
That was my bad.
We only have one more day.
I apologize.
We'll see what's up with Bill Lasky next.
Clean it up, Tolbert. Let's go.
Is that you, Tolbert, on the Sports Leader? Susan Slusser joined Papa and Lund today and discussed if the Giants need to add more offense at the trade deadline after their tumultuous road trip. Check out that podcast trending on the all-new KNBR app.
I'm a casual.
All right, time to get on out of here. But before we do, we're going to turn it over to Bill Lasky. Bill's going to take you right up until 10 o'clock right here on The Sports Leader. Always great to hear from Bill. What's going on, Bill?
Mr. Tolbert, good evening. How are you? Giants are struggling, but you know what? We'll get through it. They're coming home, and hey, look, they're going to wear their City Connect uniforms tomorrow, Tom. You know how lucky those are.
Yeah, City Connect, and they ought to start an opener. They can't lose. Opener
that's
City
Connect. It, baby.
It's a winning combination. So we were talking about this earlier, Bill, about they've scored 9 runs over 6 games. They've got outscored 38-9. They just came from Cincinnati where they went through the same thing. They lost 6 games in a row. They weren't scoring a lot, not playing great baseball. Took them a game to get out of it, and now they're on a 5-game winning streak, I think. So how much of just – because I think the A's are a great tonic for where the Giants are at right now because they don't have a great pitching staff. The Giants are struggling. Does it only take one game? Because that's always been my kind of thing is with basketball doesn't play as many games as baseball, but it's similar. You just feel like if I just get one game under my belt, feel good about it, then I can forget about the last 6 games because I guarantee you – that's all these guys are thinking about on the flight home is like, oh, what could I do better? What did we do today? What do we need to change? And that's half the battle is just dropping that bag on the ground and moving away from it.
And it's tough to do, Tom. You and I are both professional athletes. It's not as easy if everybody just goes and turns it back on. But coming home, the weather will be nice. It'll be cooler for them. You know, you don't want to make excuses about humidity in the Midwest and all the other travel because everybody's doing it this year. It's an equal schedule. But I think what has to happen is there's got to be a different approach with the hitting. Alex Cobb on the hill tomorrow's got to be that stopper that they need to go out there and have a good game. And I think you said it right. The Oakland A's are the perfect team to come in here and see if they can score a few runs and to get the offense going. And you say one hit, it's really the first inning, top of the first inning. Alex Cobb's got to go out there and get the first 3 guys out and then get the offense something to move on. Because this road trip, the last 6 games was horrible. When you start looking at 1 run, 10-1, 5-1, all the different scores, they weren't in any of them. And that's the thing that I look at when you're in a slump. You didn't have a close game. You couldn't get to the bullpen where they're lights out with a lead because the starting staff couldn't do it for you.
What are you seeing in their approach that you think needs to change?
I just think too many guys watching too many pitches. I think you got to be a little more aggressive on their first couple pitches in there. You're saying guys take fastballs right down the middle. Too many strike 3 calls, too. You know, I have so many in my book with that K backwards. And to me, you're thinking too much instead of reacting. And too much analytics. You keep looking at numbers and go out there, close your eyes and swing. You know, sometimes that works.
Where are you with the because I've said they got to figure out spots 3, 4, 5 in the rotation. It's okay to figure out 4 and 5, maybe even just it can't be all 3 of them. You got 2 guys right now that you can count on, and you know, Webb scuffled last start, but you feel like he'll be back next start, no big deal. But you know, they're at a point now where DeSclafani had an opener starting for him. Wood has been very hit or miss. There's nobody. Manaea. Stripling looked okay today, but just okay. He had gave up 9 hits in 5 innings. I mean, he was 1 hit away from giving up 5-6 runs. Where are you at with the back end? Like all of it, 3, 4, and 5? Because I just feel like they need more consistency, and if it can't be at least one of them, you got to go out and get somebody.
Consistency's been the problem in the 3, 4, 5 spot. You know, I look at Keaton Wynn, I look at Tristan Beck, great guys, young arms, competing every time they came up here. But you have so many locked-in contracts. DeSclafani's got another year at $10 million. You start looking at Stripling. He's got another year at $12.5. Manaea, another year at $12.5. Alex Wood's got a big contract. You know you're not just going to DFA him. You can't. That's just wasted money. But where do you put him? Do you put him in the bullpen, like you said, as openers, and you get him in the second, third inning? DeSclafani scuffled yesterday trying to do that. And when I look at him, he made so many blunders, 1-2, 0-2, by laying the ball right in there. And I was saying it last night on a postgame show, this is a veteran pitcher that needs a waste to pitch when you're ahead. I think those are the mistakes that I'm dwelling on with all those pitchers in that 3, 4, 5 spot. They have to pitch better. And how do you pitch better? You get back out there and you try to do different things. Throw more breaking balls. Stripling through so many curveballs today, change-ups and curveballs. And you start looking at what his array of pitches are. I think I'm right with you. You're going to have to score 3, 4, 5 runs every time Stripling goes out there because he's usually 1, 2, or 3 earned runs. Sure, he's that guy that can give you length, but you're going to be battling most of the time with cricket numbers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. What do you got going on tonight, Bill?
I got a good show. I caught up with Mark Abanias. He's going to be on tonight.
Nice.
We're going to talk a little about the Hall of Fame with Scott Rowe and Fred McGriff. Not too many people have talked about that. Just a couple great speeches, so I got him on. Shooty Babbitt's going to give us a little rundown of the A's, of course. And then I kind of went back to AAA. Zach Bayrudy, he's been the voice of the River Cats this year. He's got an extremely great story about himself. And we're going to look at some of the players that are hitting the ball well. Elliot Ramos, Tyler Fitzgerald, a couple guys that could possibly come up and help the Giants. And then we go one step further in AA with Trey Wilson and kind of get his eyes on a couple guys. Zach Brown, he's just doing really well down there, and a couple of younger players that he's going to kind of highlight for us. So good show lined up, and of course, 808 KNBR is going to be hopping, Tom, because I know there's going to be a few upset fans wanting to know what's going to happen next.
Absolutely. Well, have a great show tonight, Bill.
Tom, you have a great vacation too, my friend, and it's always great talking to you.
I appreciate that. Make sure you stay tuned. Bill is going to take you right up until 10 o'clock. Like I said, always fun listening to Bill talk baseball and Giants baseball in particular. Let's thank everybody. We'll go in reverse order. Let's thank Ray Ratto, who will be with Copes Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this week. Matt Mayoko and Bags. So that's it, correct? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you very much to Derek. Hell of a job. Thank you very much to Tim. Hell of a job. It's good to have everybody back. I do enjoy. So I believe. Let's see. I don't know where that came from, to be honest with you, but let's go with it. All right, let's get out of here. I was going to say goodbye to Copes, but Copes is already doing something. He's had enough. Like he the penis story and the Cadbury eggs. You put those two together. A man can only take so much, and apparently that was his breaking point. And so we'll be back tomorrow with you at 2:00 right here on KNBR 680, the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh my God!